Hi there, welcome to the MODUS Super Series on this Wednesday. We've had 2 days of action in Group A already, and Gary Stone is looking to cement top spot in that group. It seems pretty much set in stone already. For those that are watching, you'll know that, but if you have missed any of the action, well, here's our Henry Deacon to give you an update.
Tuesday was a day of woe for Robert Rickwood. For him, it was no wins out of his 5 matches. It will be all about a campaign in Group C, it seems, for the man from Burnley on Wednesday. As for Martin Wolfie-Adams, he is still setting his sights on Group B darts come Thursday and Friday. He currently finds himself 5th place in the table, 6 points to his name. As for Lee Shewan, the coupler, he finds himself in 3rd in the table, the provisional Group B spot for him, and he got this 1-5-3 checkout in a superb game against Harry Ward. As for Andy Bolton, he sits 2nd in the table, the only player realistically that can catch Gary Stone in the race of 1st place, and he played some magnificent stuff in the process. But after 10 wins from 10, Gary Stone looks set to join the finals field and become the first name there. A couple of wins today will do the job.
We haven't seen this kind of dominance since Glenn Durrant was playing at Lakeside, have we? Gary Stone winning 10 from 10, and he's not going to be caught, is he? Let's have it right.
Well, you know what my tipping's like, so I better be too careful, but he's been head and shoulders the best player this week in what's been a very, very tough group.
Let's have a look at that table then, just to put you in the picture of how difficult a task it would be to topple Gary Stone. Look, the only little glimmer is that Andy Bolton has to play him once today, but even if he beats him, he's 4 points behind, and he's relying on Gary Stone having a real complete collapse, really.
Yeah, and we're seeing 2 sides to Gary Stone. On Monday, I thought he was absolutely imperious. He was sensational. He played his real A game, and yesterday he scrapped out a few wins. So even if the going got a bit tough today, I still fancy him getting through games. You know, he should be winning. So, yeah, he's been, and I think he's the deserved winner right now. And Andy Bolton just hasn't shown that. That 5 out of 5 form, glimpses of absolute brilliance, but that longevity over the days been his crux, really.
Interesting battle, though, for 3rd place, isn't it? It looks like Bolton will be in Group B, but Shewan, Ward, Adams, maybe even Rickwood, all fighting out for that other place.
Yeah, my preparation this morning has all been about Group B and Group C. You know, I've sort of overlooked the fact that Gary's probably going to win it, and it's all to play for there. I think Lee Shewan's looking really dangerous. We're seeing Harry Ward getting better, and I think the only disappointed players right now downstairs are Martin Adams and Robert Rickwood, and maybe today's their day.
Yeah, Rickwood had a miserable day yesterday, but there were good days for other players, particularly Harry Ward, who really started to motor in this group. But we'll take a look at the numbers from yesterday's action. And you can see here that high checkout from Ward, the highest average from Bolton. So as you kind of alluded to in what you said at the start, nothing there about Gary Stone, but he just ground out the wins.
He did. It was nice to see, because, like I said, I've been hypercritical about Gary Stone because I really respect him and rate him, and this is sort of the thing that's been his Achilles heel at times over the years, where if he's in a tight match, he can lose it because of him. And it was nice to see him win sort of differently yesterday. He's in a good headspace. He went to watch the football last night. So, you know, I expect him to do really, really well today, but that 3rd place is definitely up for grabs.
Yeah, it was watching Portsmouth beat Bolton, and that's what he's trying to do today, isn't it? We'll have a look now. I mean, he's mentioned them already, but we keep giving him another chance. So here are Duzzer's tips for the day. Glenn, just talk us through those.
Yeah, obviously Gary Stone, I've got to get him in early doors, and I think the weakest player so far. My only concern about the first bet there is Robert Rickwood does have an A game, but I expect Gary Stone to win that game comfortably. And I've just gone for something a little bit differently with the highest check out there for Gary against Lee Shewan. And in the bottom game, the most 180s for Andy Bolton in that game. So just a little bit different, 6-1. But if you know anything, stay away from it.
Yeah, and if you are going to have a bet, do gamble responsibly. 18+, begambleaware.org for more information. Right, without further ado, let's get today's action underway. The first match of 15 is Andy Bolton against Harry Ward, and describing it will be Glenn Durrant, who's about to join Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 here in Group A at the MODUS Super Series. And as Gary Stone runs riot with the group, there's still plenty more entertainment to come over the next few days. As for Andy Bolton, he really has provided the X factor here at the MODUS Super Series, a man who made the last 16 of the World Championships in the past. He takes on Harry Ward, who this week is using this as a big part of his comeback trail. And yesterday we saw some really, really good signs. And we actually saw really good signs from all the players in the group. We played 15 matches yesterday. And out of the 30 recorded averages across the board, only one dipped outside of the 80 range. And that was a 74.5 from Martin Adams. But other than that, across the board, there was some exemplary arrow slinging in the live lounge in Portsmouth. Well, our referee today on the screen is Paul Hinks, in which our spotter Owen bought him a coffee this morning. This is a true story. He got him a latte.
Well, that's a bit early to get your best one in.
And it goes downhill from here. Morning, Glenn.
Good morning, everybody. Harry Ward in your picture. Very slow start to the week was Harry, but definitely got better and better as the week goes along. And we've said it a couple of times yesterday, just might be, if he's not dangerous today, I think he'd be looking forward to a Group B, Group C challenge and a drive forward. Whereas this man, his A game has been absolutely outstanding, Andy Bolton. His B game just hasn't been at the races and has been unable to scrap out a few wins, whereas Gary Stone in a few tight games got over the winning line. And that's been the real conclusion of Group A from my point of view.
Did the players outside of Gary Stone just treat today as a nothing to lose day? Just try and build whatever confidence you can for Groups B and C respectively.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest, the biggest expert in the MODUS Super Series, but what I've learned very quickly is that, on them Mondays and Tuesdays can really determine who's going to win Group
140.
A. I mean, usually the Group A's goes down to the penultimate game, the final game. So when you sat in 4th or 5th place, I think the only disappointed players were Martin Adams and Robert Rickwood, who's left away. I think
140.
I think the two players in your picture right now can definitely see the positives of this week. I mean, from Andy Bolton's point of view, I think he wanted a couple of days off, Henry. You've seen him a couple of times when he throws his dart. You'll see him flex his shoulders and just keep them loose. I mean, even the best in the world, do that as well. Dirk van Duijvenbode is always sort of flexing away, as Harry Ward looks at double 16. What a finish this would be.
The first leg, Harry Ward.
And we weren't seeing that early doors on Monday with Harry. It took him a while to sort of settle down, but Harry Ward is a fantastic player. A guy who had a professional contract with the PDC.
But Harry to throw first. Game on.
Handed back in to get his work-life balance. He was getting engaged and married and buying a home and had a job and was just smack signs of maturity to me. But it does that I asked him if he had any regrets of what he did, Henry, and he said at this point, and I underlined it on my notes there, no regrets, Glenn.
59.
Because ultimately, life is more important than any darts match that you'll ever play in your career. And got to make
58.
sure you look after, you've got to make sure you look after number one, and you've got to applaud Harry Ward for doing exactly that. We've seen it as well from other players, haven't we, in the past, that have just stepped away and then come back and found darts in later years. Seen Lloyd Turner do it in the women's game, of course.
To be fair, Henry, the most common question I had at exhibitions was, do you regret not going to the PDC sooner? But mine was the same. I wanted my mortgage paid before I even entered starting throwing darts for a living. That was a concern there.
128.
What Harry has got now, he's got that enjoyment back for the game. And like I said, hopefully this week is just a platform for him to move on again.
28.
The game needs players like Harry Ward. He's a genuinely nice guy.
Yeah, real nice guy. Good little chat with Harry this morning.
92.
Always in good spirits, always in a
100.
good mood, always got a beaming smile on his face when you have a chat with him. But it's all business now for Big H. And he's looking for a big finish.
He's on the second leg.
And that's a ton for a 2-0 lead.
It's a 91 finish and a 100 finish on double 16, and Andy Bolton's dominated the two games against Harry Ward so far this week. And I think this is just indicative of the conversation we're having, where sort of stating that Harry is getting better as the week goes on. And we felt, and you, most experienced,
100.
being at this MODUS Super Series a lot longer than I have, Henry. you've seen this happen before where people have started slow on the Monday, but come the Saturday night, they're lifting the £5 check and the, and the trophy.
55.
I mentioned Kieran Tierney here a fair bit because he really did struggle in Group A, and then as time went on, as the week went on, he got better and he just found a little bit more
140.
confidence. And I always mention that if you don't win Group A, then
140.
whatever happened in it is an absolute irrelevance, because everyone's starting on the same slate of 0 on Thursday and Friday in Group B and Group C. You don't get any handicaps because you play the first 3 days
100.
worth of action. It's a clean bill for everyone. So you just got to put it to the back of the mind. And if you can take confidence from your Group A campaign, great. But if you struggled, then just wipe
99.
it away and then go again as Bolton looks for this 161 to get his day underway. Been up against a barrage here from Harry Ward thus far, but he's got a little bit of a luxury of time
99.
here.
I actually fancied him to go for that 161 there, Henry, just to give him that spark that he probably needs on this Wednesday morning. As Harry continues, Harry's averaging
83.
in
And
excess of
62.
109 going in them last 3 darts.
2 16s. So Harry will get this for the ton in the previous leg.
30.
We're not going to see Bolton get it on
124.
the back of a 6-2 in this leg. We may not see him hit it at all. If Harry Ward takes out the 1-2-4, he's progressively getting better with the checkouts he takes. Is he going to continue the incline on the ball?
And Ukar 32.
Yeah, that would have been some finish there from Harry Ward. And all of a sudden the pressure's on this 32 now.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Bolton.
Andy Bolton is one of the top amateurs in the game right now, and I say that because he's only just lost his tour card. But he got the invite to the Pro Tour last week, and I thought he did very, very well.
Game on.
Beating Premier League Chris Dobie along the way as well. So it just sort of highlights how well he's playing.
180.
And them three darts there from Harry Ward highlight how well he's playing right now. This is a great start to the day.
The average is now a 91.98 and 103.62.
95.
We're hitting the heights right from the very get-go. Not going to see the perfect heights, though, in this particular leg.
95.
I can't believe we've got to 9:45 in the morning and already you've given out your first Chris Dobie jibe.
Well, he was listening yesterday. I don't think he will be today. I think he'll be travelling on to Exeter now.
140.
That's a strange old Premier League venue, that one, Henry. That was absolutely bitter cold in the practice area. I thought there's no way any of the dart lads are going to play well tonight.
134.
Bizarrely, I played my best ever game in there. Andy Bolton might use the, well, I was going to say he could use the 16s, but that's a fantastic first dart. But now he'll go downstairs.
99. Harry Ukar 92.
Despite that, it's Harry Ward who's in total control, and this is the best Harry Ward we've seen this week. And all he can do now is set up, because it's a big, big
52.
ask. The 167.
Andy Ukar 167.
Andy Bolton, but if anyone can do it, the man in your picture is the guy. First part done. I'd be disappointed with that because he was probably feeling really good with that first arc going there, but all he can do is put some pressure on this 40, and he does that exactly.
139. Harry Ukar 40.
Let's see what Harry Ward's feeling right now, because these were the types of finishes he was missing early in the week. Big dart.
Game shot on the
Big
fourth
hitch.
leg. Harry Ward.
He's looking good, isn't he? We mentioned yesterday that we are seeing him close to his best, and as the week goes on, he could be
Fifth leg, Andy
perennially
first.
dangerous.
Game
Well,
on.
he's already sent out a signal of intent in game 1. Now, we should have a look at the group scenario, because if Andy
60.
Bolton loses this match, Gary Stone wins his next match. Gary Stone will have an 8-point lead with just 8 points left to play for, and they meet in game
46.
5 of the morning session. This could be over very, very quickly. People may think it was a foregone conclusion. It will take some collapse to stop Stone from progressing through to
100.
Saturday night, but it could all be written in the stars, the I's dotted, the T's crossed, very, very soon.
100.
It could well be written in the stars. Not a million miles away, are we?
100.
I'm trying to put myself in the mind of Andy Bolton today because I think his only objective now, Henry, is to get to Group B. I think even just resting that shoulder, just
96.
having a bit extra time and playing on the night might really suit Andy. But I fully expect him to be there on Saturday night. And I think he's been a real credit this week. He was the guy who was a red-hot favourite going into it. Group A favourite at 13-8. But he has walked into a wonder wall of Gary Stone.
99. Andy O'Carr, 156.
Well, this would be a champagne supernova checkout if he can take out the 156. But he might be caught beneath
100.
the landslide.
Andy O'Carr, 160.
If Harry Ward can get a finish, that would be sky high. The 160 to finish off, so Bolton will get another chance.
92. Andy O'Carr, 56.
Yeah, today is not the day to check out a 160, but it's 56 for Bolton. 2 darter tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
needs
Andy
the one.
Bolton.
A wonderful opening match. Fantastic match play between the pair of them. And this is the time for Harry Ward to shine because he's got his darts now. And as he
Six
looks
leg
at
Harry
that
to serve
dartboard,
first. Game on.
all he's thinking for now is just stay straight and give me at least one treble. And that drop of the floor is a very Gerwin Price thing. I think he drops the dart, Henry, more than any other dart player I've ever seen.
Well, to continue that reference point, Harry can wait.
43.
And you'll hope it's not too late as he was walking on by.
Now we go back to the 80s and Shalimar. That's a fantastic first half for Bolton there. If he's in aspirations of winning this match,
140.
he might need a couple of them 140s here. And Harry Ward will be disappointed with that opening 43. When the dart is in your hands and it's your throat,
60.
a 43 and a 60 is not the way to start the leg. It's advantage Bolton.
I mentioned this yesterday, didn't we, with Gary Stone, how those 140s can be the haymaker scores that make the true telling
100.
difference in the end. He was averaging around about 3 or 4 a game yesterday, and that was what was carving him opportunities, and opportunities she by and large took.
180.
That maximum will give Harry Ward the opportunity now to possibly see off the match. He's in a prime position now.
Needs a treble.
60.
I think his reaction there tells you everything. Harry Ward sprints to the hockey there and he's finding this treble 20 bed just at the right time. He may look at the 18s.
134.
Not only does he look at it, he smacks it in the treble. And these are 2 darter. Fantastic contest, Henry.
It's been a first game that has delighted
135.
both players,
Andy O'Carr, 84.
averaging 97. It's Harry Ward who stares down the 84 for the match for an opening win. He wants the bullseye.
Game,
He
shot,
gets the
and the match.
bullseye.
Harry Ward.
And Harry Ward starts in style. He gets an applause of appreciation from his opponent, Andy Bolton, whose chances of Group A qualification now have probably gone by the by. But for Harry Ward, have a look at the numbers. 97.1 average, 3 180s to his name, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 57% that equates to, including that ton checkout. So Harry Ward gets the day underway with a win. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, it's Rickwood against Adams.
Good morning, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen a really high quality start to the day's action. As you can see there, both players, Andy Bolton and Harry Ward, averaging more than 97, but it was Ward that got the win. His 3 180s helping him to a 4-2 success, in which he took out a nice 100 finish as well. He's getting better and better as the week goes on, but the attention now turns to match 2. Those players you can see there on your screen, Robert Rickwood and Martin Adams, about to do battle. Adams actually won this match 4-0 when the pair met yesterday, so Rickwood will be out for some early morning revenge, I'm sure. Let's see if he can get it in the company of Glenn and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, these two are the bottom 2 in terms of the Group A table. And Robert Rickwood is coming into today with a little bit of a point to prove. He struggled yesterday. He'll be the first to admit that, but he knows that when he's in full flow, he has got quite the game. And he said to me following the conclusion of yesterday's session that he is going to at least try and bring that A game to the table and try and ruffle a few feathers in terms of the Group A table and just see where it takes him for the remainder of the week.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that the pair of them are playing each other. These are the two that I said on the balcony, Henry. He'll be probably disappointed after the first 2 days. Not necessarily the fact that they're the bottom 2, which is the obvious
First
statement,
leg is
but
Roberts to throw first.
it's not often that you see Martin Adams
Game
not
on.
have 2 great days. You know, we usually see Martin have a bad day in the MODUS Super Series, but to see 2 is a real rarity. Where Robert Rickwood, my
28.
assessment on Robert would be he's got a real A game, and he's demonstrated that. Not enough, but the A game's there. It's just his B game seems to be a lot further behind. He's been unlucky in a couple of the games, been a little bit hard on
100.
himself. Did have a little chuckle at Duzz's tips earlier as I walked through and said, how come you keep betting against me with the handicap betting? So, you know, just the little tiny things
60.
are sort of niggling him a little bit, but I think it's interesting that they're both playing each other first.
I spoke to Robert yesterday and we were talking about averages, and he said, for any young player aspiring to get into the sport,
60.
as much as us sat in these commentary boxes and pundits are sat in studio, and we have this obsession with averages, and we look at it as a guide as to how players are playing.
43.
I wanted to make this point made live on air that for young players, don't look at averages as an initial reference point, because if the first thing you look at is averages in that progressional stage, then that love and appetite for the game may waver. Talking about people whose love and appetite for the game hasn't wavered, Martin Adams is the prime example of that.
Yeah, Martin Adams only won 180
45.
yesterday.
Martin O'Carr 161.
I heard him say yesterday, I'm just too old. I think he was feeling a bit of the cold as well yesterday, but maybe today's the day.
99.
Fabulous start so far from Adams. Probably the ideal opponent for both of them, to be fair. But Rickwood is still stuck in the traps. Is that about to change?
180. Martin O'Carr 62.
Certainly is. 62. Martin will be looking at treble 10. 2 darts, a double 16. Got a nice 15 darter.
Game shot on the first
Great
leg.
start to the
Martin
day,
Adams.
Martin Adams, and we haven't said much that this week. But like I say, maybe today is just the day that he can set a platform and a pathway ready for Saturday night and get himself into
Second leg,
Group
Martin
B.
to throw first. Game on.
I think that'll be his target now, that 3rd place, which is pretty open. It's in the hands of Harry Ward right now, who's looking really good for it. Is today the day the Wolfie returns?
100.
Both these players, and we kind of mentioned it, didn't we, throughout the pack, but because they're playing with that bit of freedom today, the arm may just relax a little bit. They may just find a flow
85.
a little bit. And people were talking about what are the advantages and disadvantages of Group A to then coming in later in the week on social media yesterday. Well, even though they've struggled the last couple of days, which is why they're placed where they are in the group, they're in this
26.
unique situation in the sport where they can relax and play their darts. Just for one day, in front of the cameras, they can relax and play with a bit of freedom. Now, if they relax, play with a bit of freedom, and play well today,
140.
they can draw that confidence into wherever they're placed on Thursday and Friday. That is one of the advantages of Group A.
Yeah, and good people around you as well, I'm sure. You know, I mean, if I was Robert Rickwood right now, I'd
26.
just pretend I'm back on the practice board with Nathan Kerr and Eddie Catlow, the two guys you sort of highlighted to me are the two guys who have helped in practice over the years. You know, just
43.
get yourself in that area. I used to just pretend I was playing in my bedroom. I used to just pretend I was playing in my practice room and when you're up there. But sometimes it's a battle of wills. But it does feel like a free day for these two. But I can't highlight the fact how important
60.
it is for me to get into the Group B. Just the fact that you're playing on a night and you've probably got an extra 12 hours worth of rest. And that should be, because you need to have a challenge. You need to be
59.
striving for excellence, you know, any day, any match that you're playing. And when you think of professionalism and integrity, the man in your picture right now, every game will feel like a Lakeside final.
97.
He never lets anybody down and just gives his best no matter where he is or what he's doing.
92.
Adams on 192. Will he fill it up? Well, what he can do, a 140 does leave a 2-dart because Rickwood is on one of them finishes that
Robert Yokar 82.
Buzz dart play like, and you'll see him looking for the bullseye first dart. So it'll be 12, but it's double 13. In super quick
69.
time there.
Martin Yokar 52.
There's one sort of aspect yesterday, Henry. It was his missed doubles, which was his Achilles heel. Adams is just looking a different player today. And this would be a big, big moment, a big statement.
20.
It's just not to be.
Robert
And
Yokar 13.
sums up as he shakes his head.
Double 4.
Game shot on the second
Level
leg.
we are
Robert
at one
Rickwood.
apiece.
And you don't often see Martin Adams looking at the floor while the person's playing. Martin is one of them ones that looks over your shoulder and watches every dart
Third
that
leg,
you
Robert
throw
to
in.
throw first. Game on.
And I just think that could have been a real spark for Martin, that double 16, and just running through this game 4-0, 4-1.
43.
I always never use that word momentum, but I think in the MODUS Super Series, you know, Gary Stone just, that's got him through a couple of the games yesterday because he wasn't at his fluent best. We'll still finish with 5 out of 5.
70.
Looking forward to watching Gary in action. He's got Lee Shewan in his first game of the day. That's coming up next after
80.
this.
I think we were both impressed with Shewan yesterday, weren't we? It'd be interesting to see what kind of day he has, especially the fact that Harry Ward was absolutely sensational in that opening game. Harry Ward was plumb bottom for a lot of Monday, but has turned the screw now and just beginning to look like the player we
96.
thought he would be.
4 of his 5 wins have come since Monday. He only picked up the solitary 2 points on the opening day's play and has really picked up
119.
the mark over the last 24 hours or so. And wherever he's put, he, for me, is going to stand a real good chance of progressing his way through to Saturday night. You can never, ever write that man off. And how many times has Paul Hinks called that?
I can tell you, 81. And he looked downstairs at his last.
137.
Much
Martin
better from
Yokar
Rickwood.
155.
Like I say, Martin's one of them players that doesn't deviate from that treble 20, so he'll move across the hook, and that's the reason why. Now we'll look at treble 17.
97.
And that leaves a
Robert
2-darter.
Yokar 122.
Usually players like the 18s route for 1-2-2. Some people try the bullseye as well. It's treble 18 again, and all he can do now is set it up. So Adams had
54.
52 in leg
Martin
2.
Yokar 58.
And these are the types of 2-dart finishes that is synonymous to the man in your picture. He's usually deadly when it comes to that. It's a little bit too close to treble for his liking. Tops has been his nemesis this week, but double 10 he's been pretty proficient.
53.
Wowzer.
Robert, your car 68.
Couple of slippers there. Well, I'll tell you what, there's more slippers than the pyjama aisle in
43. Martin,
Debenhams
your
at the
car
minute.
5.
And that was criminal, that first start. I always say you must hit the 20. The treble is the bonus, as Adams looks as a fat 1. Double 2. That's not ideal. Not much of the bed to see.
No score. Robert, your car 25.
And I think you heard exactly how he felt about that. And 2 darts at double 8. You heard the roar come on.
9.
All
Martin, your
a little
car
scrappy
5.
right now from the 2 guys. Bottom of the table right now.
We go again, Martin.
Better marker. Better
Game shot on the
execution.
third leg. Martin Adams.
Martin Adams in a pretty scrappy game right now. Robert Rickwood, what is he thinking right now, Henry? He is thinking,
Fourth leg, Martin to throw first.
I've had
Game
my
on.
chances this week. I just haven't put them away. That's what I'd be putting on his skill report. He's putting himself in winning positions and legs. He's just not seeing them out. And if he has aspirations of lifting this title on Saturday,
45.
that's the one area of the game when he starts in Group C that he's going to have to improve on, because he has demonstrated and highlighted his scoring prowess. I just don't have
60.
the confidence when he gets down to 101 and he's going to put the game and the leg to bed.
What did your school report look like, Glenn?
A sound foundation on a world to build.
100.
And I think I've used that in commentary a few times, so it's a sentence that stayed with me. And yeah, a sound foundation on a world. I don't think I really understood it. I had to read it as I sort of matured and wondering what my teacher was trying to say there. But I did well at school. I did okay. And it was just like, what will you do now? But it didn't say at 41-year-old
95.
you'll become a dart player, because that's the first time I left Middlesbrough to play darts. I remember Jamie Caven coming to see me in a local tournament, which I was dominating, around about 2010. So
45.
40-year-old, and he said, Glenn, everybody knows how good you are. Now it's time to start travelling. And I watched this man, I promise you, I watched Martin Adams every tournament I went to. How did he prepare?
45.
What time did he get to venue? What did he do in between games? I was a real studier of the game, and Martin Adams was one of them players I sort of watched. And he was practicing a lot at the time with Merv King. So
60.
them two were really inseparable in, when I first started the circuit. And then by 2012-13, I learned how to win, and I guess the rest is history.
Yeah, my school report was just, some of the things you say are interesting, but can you please shut
60.
up?
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I was once told in a history lesson once that I was a bit chatty. I was a chatty kid at school,
100.
but
Martin
probably isn't
Carr,
surprised. We'll talk about
156.
this in the next leg, because Adams is on a finish on this 156 for a 3-1 lead. It's not going to go. It was going to go on the 136.
And I feel like Adams going above the treble.
60.
Just the way his darts
Robert,
sort of sit
your
up
car
there. But just,
136.
yeah, I think that shrug of shoulders there just tells you it's just been one of them weeks. But Robert, and there we go. When we gets down to these finishes,
63.
and there's the
Martin, your
inconsistency
car
that is all
96.
about Robert Rickwood this week, because I can assure everybody Robert Rickwood is a phenomenal Lancashire player. There's a Super League at Todmorden Town. This county. Martin Adams wants a big 16 there.
72.
And that'll leave
Robert,
double
your car
12.
73.
And these are the types of finishing, Henry, I've got absolutely no confidence. And you know what my tips mean? This is going to go in.
33.
Wasn't too far
Martin,
away.
your car 24.
So, double 12 for a 3-1 lead for Martin Adams. Been an attritional affair up to press. Wow, it's up for the madhouse.
No score. Robert, your car
Chaotic,
40.
crazy.
I'm going to mention something about Rickwood after this 3 darts.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Robert Rickwood.
Robert Rickwood sort of shook his head as Martin Adams missed, and it just didn't give me the confidence that he was going to ping that tops in. But he got away with it. This is a real toughie, this game.
Throw first. Game on.
This must be one of those
28.
games, Glenn, where you're stood in the heat of battle, but thinking the way it's going, just get the win, get out of there, and forget it even happened.
Absolutely spot on. Absolutely perfect.
100.
And that man in your picture, Martin Adams, probably would be hating every second of it because, you know, when you've reached the highs that he has, and he's still playing very, very
45.
nicely. I think he had real hopes and expectations this week, and they're just not going. But maybe a change of scenery, a change of group, that could be the spark, the catalyst that
60.
Wolfie needs, because wouldn't it be great, Henry, to have him here on Saturday night?
Absolutely. And I suppose this format as well is the ultimate indicator of you can't switch it on and off like a tap in terms of form. You can
30.
play yourself in and play yourself out and back in and back out over the course of a 5-day period. And it's managing the highs well, managing the lows well, and meeting in the middle.
59.
And I think we've been really spoilt this week with the fantastic quality, the pace of the games, high 90 averages, the occasional 100 average. And I suppose
85.
when you get a game like this, sort of highlights it a little bit more, but like you've just rightly said there, just get the 2 points, get off the stage and prepare yourself for the next game, because Adams has been
100.
a very slow starter Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I suppose now he's 66, he has to get them arms and them shoulders ready and warmed up.
53.
The advantage in this leg, but just I've never seen this before.
11.
I've never seen Martin Adams do that, and I don't mean that in 3 days. I mean consistently over the 3 days.
I know he's found difficulty in terms of the match conditions. It is a fairly chilly a week here where we're based in Portsmouth on the south coast of England, and we are in an open building, so the temperature outside can reflect inside when it's as open and as exposed as it is during the week, where in that whole room it will just be the 2 players, the referee, and a couple of people up on the balcony. And I think that's a very
59.
important point to
71.
stress in terms of how the conditions are set fair for the players. We may as well have a cricket-like weather report in the morning. So, Martin Adams here for the breaker throw for 3-2, wants tops.
51. Robert Yukar, 80.
I could have guaranteed that was going to go low, because that's all he seems to do. But Robert Rickwood, I don't think he's really sure what to do. He's played safe with that first dart.
60.
And after 24 darts,
20.
Robert Rickwood still can't put that to bed. And Adams has been good on double 10, to be fair, this week. It's not his preferred double. He usually hits it. There's the shake of the head. It's just not synonymous to the absolute legend of this game.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Sneaks in the corner, the shoulders go up. It's just one of them games, and I think Henry alluded to it absolutely perfect. Get the 2 points, get off the stage, and Robert Rickwood there, just, I don't know if he's trying to engage in conversation with Martin, or he's just trying to reset there. There's the scratch of the head of what's gone wrong this week, because he probably came here full of hope on Monday. He just needs someone to get hold of him. So if any Rickwood family or friends are listening, that's Group A done. You know, it didn't go to plan, never mind. But get yourself motivated, get yourself ready, because we have seen so many times people who finished
85.
low in Group A come back out the blocks in Group C and then go all the way on Saturday. So Rickwood family and friends, pass that message on, get him up.
$140.
That could be the decisive move. 140, 140. And Rickwood's just not finding that treble right now.
45.
Advantage Adams.
This is what champions do. Regardless of the performance prior, they find a way of crossing the finishing line.
95.
I'm going to give some of the best commentary ever said. Why is there a duck in our room?
I shall explain in the break.
121. Martin, your car,
Because we may not get
126.
time to explain in this match, because Martin Adams was 126 for the glory. The treble. Didn't have to go for the bull if he obtained it.
86.
He is going to come back, and he's going to come back for tops after 12. What a leg for Martin Adams to motor towards the finishing line, to move him on to 8 points and to create a chasm
45.
between him and
40.
Rickwood in terms of the league table.
Well, here comes Adams for his unfavoured tops. He has been dropping low for his favoured double 10. Good marker.
20.
Just not to be right now, but Rickwood way back on 205. In the mind of a dart player, the frustration
26.
of a dart
Martin, your
player.
car, 20.
And it's just a tough match it's been for Robert Rickwood as Adams looks at double 10. And he's slid into that 15 again. He's done that before today. The double 2.
Game
There it
shot
is.
in the match. Martin Adams.
In a game that both players won't want to remember. But as Henry alluded to in that game, it's 2 points to Adams. Will that be the moment he starts? But you can see the frustration of both players. There's the magnanimous once again, the sportsmanship between all the players, and there's the tail of the tape. Like I said, a game that nobody will remember. But it's Martin Adams that takes the 2 points, and that's what's fundamental in this MODUS Super Series. Next up, we're going to be seeing the top of the table. 10 out of 10 man Gary Stone up against the much improved Lee Shewan. Back after the short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Game 3 of today's 15 is about to get underway. And the main question on Wednesday seems to be how soon will Stone cement top spot in Group A. Following second place Andy Bolton's opening defeat to Harry Ward, Scotland's Gary Stone can move 8 points clear with just 8 points left to play for. Trying to trip him up this time is the cobbler Lee Shewan, who bounced back from a 6-match losing streak by winning his last 2 fixtures on Tuesday. But Stone will be tough to crack, having won all 10 of his ties so far. It's the Scotsman who looks a shoe-in for finals night on Saturday. Let me hand you back to Henry and Glenn.
Thank you, Chris. And the man in your picture there has been absolutely sensational on day one. Fluent, incredible, some staggering averages, and probably the best set of 5 games I've seen from Gary Stone. Yesterday was a different type of day. He put on his social media, wasn't 100% happy how he played, but delighted with the wins. But it's surely over, barring the shouting after the Andy Bolton loss in the first game there, and a victory over Lee Shewan. Now it means it's all over, barring the shouting, really. But Lee Shewan has shown some much improvement. And there was a stage on Monday where he'd won his opening 2 games, then lost a couple of games he could have won. But his head didn't go down.
First leg leader.
I thought he was really good yesterday. And as I left yesterday, he said he's got his eyes still on qualifying for Saturday night, and he still feels he has the game on one given night to get through this tough field this week. Week 4 has been a bit of a stinker in a sense of the strength of it. I know many of the players said when they looked at the groups, it was a case of a roll in the eyes moment and disappointment, because every sort of player up there potentially can win it this week. It's been that strong. There's no sort of weak links, or as Glenn looks at some sitting ducks.
He's found out the story about David.
100.
We have a duck in the commentary box, which, if you're just tuning in for the first time, must be one of the most obscene sentences you've ever heard. But David Evans played here a few weeks ago, and Matthew Rickwood called him a sitting duck, and he bought us a load of toy ducks the next day. And so we've got our, I suppose it's a bit like, you remember it feels like a school theme today, but do you remember, the science teacher, something like that, would always have a goldfish in the classroom? Well, it's a little bit like that.
100.
What do you call a fish with one eye?
Oh, no.
Psst. Oh, with no eyes.
125.
I think I got the joke wrong. Super impressed with this man.
100.
In a change of colours
With
today.
your car, 160.
Went to watch Portsmouth last night.
We've had a good evening's entertainment.
Did they play well?
45.
Played brilliantly. Beat Bolton, one of the form teams in the country, by 3-1. Helped out Chris Murphy, Sheffield Wednesday, but don't worry, the favour will be repaid next Saturday at Fratton Park. Anyway, here's the cobble at 1:15 for the opening leg. Triple 19 for the requisite double.
Yeah, I do like going 19's first start and that 115, but me being Gary Stone has been lethal on this tops. There's the marker. And that's the kind of sort of look Gary Stone's, and I don't mean that disrespectfully there, but there's been times in Gary Stone's career where people have taken their opportunities against him, and that last start there just feels extra nice when that goes in. And
game on.
He's probably already thinking in his mind, maybe today's my day. Let's just get this game under the belt, and then it'd be really interesting to see how Gary Stone performs in his last 4 games and when he's totally and utterly relaxed. Because I did like yesterday, Henry, when he was gritting his teeth, he was demonstrating in facial mannerisms of how determined he was to throw them 3 sets of darts. How's he going to be like when he's totally relaxed, knowing he's won the group? So still very interesting this week, but this is all he's done all week.
And how many times this week has visits been won in 5 or 6 visits? I know we bang on about it quite a lot, but because he's always in that range, he is always going to be dangerous in every single leg he plays. Look at him again. 9 darts thrown, 81 left. He is always in and around. And it could be safe and sound in terms of
95.
progression in all but name if he gets a win here. Double 12.
Game shot on the second leg. Gary Stone.
11 dart leg for Gary Stone to double his lead to 2-0, averaging 103.66 after the opening couple of legs.
Yes, if there was any figure that he was thinking of that league table, is there any concerns about getting them extra 2 points on the board? I think he's put that to bed very, very quickly. And
99.
it's what he does over the next 2 days now, Henry, for me. Does he stay on the practice board? Does he give himself time away from the game? But 58. What he's going to do now is come into Saturday night very, very fresh. And you're right, there was some conversation on Twitter yesterday about winning the group. What's the benefits 58. Of winning Group A? Some players just like them couple of days off. I know I would. And some players would rather practice and use the full week as match practice. And going into Saturday night with a full 5 days behind them, I just think someone coming in fresh. And that's why I think the Group B and Group C participants will be very, very dangerous.
Jelle Klassen mentioned in his interview last week that he won Group A. He said on Thursday, Friday, he was able to chill. He watched a couple of series on Netflix. Other streaming providers, of course, are available. And him and Moreno Brom both stayed together in a B&B type house thing. Can't name the company on air. And basically, they had a board set up in the house. They obviously had that practice partner with each other. So those couple of days off, Moreno was playing during the day. So Jelle kind of chilled during the day. And I'd imagine that probably there would have been a bit of practice going on between the pair in the evening. As Shewan here goes to 84 to reduce the deficit in half. That's unlucky. 78. Just the wrong side, just the wrong bed. Gave Glendowan flashbacks, didn't it?
That was Paul Hogan there, wasn't it?
$94.
Nice set up there from Stone. And double 3 is I've got what you mean now. The only man ever to win a lakeside on double 3. And it's Lee Shewan now pings that with aplomb. The sportsmanship between the 6 of them, it's been really good this week, isn't it? I mean,
Gary to throw first.
I think my favourite participant next door was Aaron Monk. You certainly knew when he'd won or lost a game. I mean, you could hear him from the stage, but next door it was
34.
What a character he was next door. But it's just been very, very nice this week, and they've just been sort of clapping each other when they're coming in after big games. There's been good conversation in between them. It's easy to chat with them when you go through.
I just hope if we get the bathrooms refitted
58.
Upstairs for the audience on a Saturday night, Aaron Monk doesn't do it, because otherwise we might have a great big gaping hole in the wall if Euro Tour stories from last week are to be believed.
96.
I know Aaron does tune in, so hope you are well. Looking forward to the UK Open at the weekend down
134.
At Butlins in Minehead.
Yeah, some tasty draws, wasn't there? That's despite the fact the top 32 are not involved yet.
Shows the strength and depth in the sport at the minute, that you can have first round ties that just leap off the page. And it'll be interesting to see how the players who have played here in the Super Series, how many of them are going to go on and do good stuff at the UK Open. We have 7 players who played at the Super Series since the beginning of this phase that have gone on or will be going on to play at the UK Open. We'll talk a bit more about that in just a second, as Gary Stone here goes for 76 to make the lead 3-1 and to go within a leg of a seemingly insurmountable 8-point buffer. And that is exactly what Gary Stone does. That's a 14 on the back of an 11, on the back of an 18.
And just see the response there from Lee Shewan, just a little pat there.
5th leg leader through first.
Lee was talking how proud he was for England, playing for England, but he said his favourite ever game was winning the Morecambe Open, beating Kev Garcia in the final. So felt it was his
45.
First big win, his first title, a tough field, and that just gave him the confidence and belief to, you know, to move on in the game and not just be someone who was
60
languishing in local league, Super League. And like you said, that dream of playing for England was a special, special moment. I wonder if he's going to Isle of Man next week.
135.
That was always one of my favourite WDF BDO tournaments.
And you got the chance to go there the once, and it really is quite
100.
the weekend.
Yeah, I went with Jim Williams. I couldn't keep him out of quids in.
Oh, you don't stay away from that place. I went with the Charlie Corster theme
45.
last year, and we may have frequented in that venue 1 or 2 times. I may have sang 1 or 2 times as well, but no one wants to hear. I'll tell you what, I do actually have a video on my phone of Anthony Dundas, the pup himself, singing George Ezra, and I must say, I have heard 10 worse karaoke efforts than that. It was really good.
81.
I think after that first dart, you fancied
123.
but 1, 2, 3 always feels nice after that second dart slipping into the treble one. And Shewan, I thought he might have went downstairs on 195 because the treble 19, a couple of 19 leaves a 2-darter. It's just that little
42.
bit of board management.
Car 118.
But advantage Stone now. We look at the treble 20, he can stay there. Albeit that's not a great marker, and all he can do now is set it up by hitting treble 18.
58.
But it does leave him a 2-darter.
Car 153.
We've seen some fantastic finishes this week. The 153s, 158s, 140s have been
car 60.
absolutely outstanding. With Shewan's best being a 153. As Stone looks at tops for the
Game
match.
shot and the match. Gary Stone.
11 out of 11 for Gary Stone. What a week he's having. And you can just see that beaming smile from him. The confidence is oozing out of him. Once again, magnanimous as defeat. There's the guys having a chat. And there's the tail of the tape. Gary Stone, 98.16. 4 from 6 on the checkout. 66%. That 11-darter was the shining moment for Gary Stone, who's played like an absolute diamond. Next up, it's Harry Ward, who's playing absolutely brilliant right now against Robert Rickwood. Absolutely desperate for the win right now. Back after the short break.
So with 12 games left to play in Group A, Gary Stone is edging closer and closer to confirming that available spot at finals night. by winning the group. He's now won 11 straight matches and remains unbeaten, and qualification will be confirmed if he beats Andy Bolton in match 5 today. Game 4, though, features third place Harry Ward, ever improving. He's moved up to those provisional Group B places, and he takes on Robert Rickwood, who is looking to end a winless run that now extends to 6 matches. Back to Duzza and Deacon to talk you through this one.
Thank you so much, Marv. Yeah, I've been really enjoying Harry Ward since Monday. He said he opened up pretty nervously, and since then he's began to grow. He's began to show everybody what he's all about, and I still think he's got a point to play for this week. Whereas this guy in your picture, I think he's been through every single emotion. He's just been involved in a real stinker, if that's fair analysis, against Martin Adams, a real grueler of a game, which he probably hated. But the beauty of MODUS Super Series, you can put it to bed very, very quickly. And here he is, after one game, he's back on to correct that, because he's actually a very, very good player, is Robert Rickwood. He's a experienced man from Burnley, proud Lancastrian, Super League county, and he'd be hoping to do better. But this guy, for me, just has the eyes on the prize right now.
96.
Gary Stone, Henry, 11 out of 11. I've had Jim McEwen on Twitter saying he's getting a bit nervous about his unbeaten run now.
Jim McEwen, who watches religiously
59.
and knows every stat and record religiously. He's had a few of them runs, hasn't he? He's got the record points total for a Group A, 28 out of 30. No one's ever won all 15 games in a Group A campaign. The long-winning runs usually tend to be when players actually lag from Group A into maybe another group or Saturday night.
Can you see anybody beating Stone today? Because now he's on a
121.
Now he can relax. You know, I think it's taking absolute miracles just looking at his leg difference right now. Even if Andy Bolton won his next 4 games and Gary lost
28. Out of your car, 150.
I think this man in your picture now probably has the best chance, just because I think he's playing the best darts at the minute. And
45.
I think since about the middle of yesterday, something has clicked in him. This is Harry Ward, who's won Pro Tours, and if a Harry Ward that plays that's won Pro Tours comes to play here, then it's going to be a dangerous, dangerous game. Harry Ward going up on the 105 on the 20s bed. Now, having a conversation with Robert Rickwood, he actually said to me that on the 105, he likes to start on 16s. I'll explain more in due course.
He went for the double-double there.
38. Out of your car, 36.
That was a long win. Harry Ward, I know it sounds crazy, but double 18 hasn't been his favourite this week, but his transition across to 9 is absolutely fantastic there, and he continues this streak he's on right now. Big H is doing some damage from poor Robert Rickwood. He'd be desperate to get a one in under his belt, obviously, right now, but he's just come up against someone who's quite inspired at the moment in Harry.
60.
He's still playing local league as Harry at the moment for the Red Lion in Linton. Obviously, his biggest achievement was that Pro Tour win. But the most important person in his life is Bethany right now, and just getting that work-life balance. But he feels he's in a better place. That equals a better dart player, in my opinion. And I asked him about the MODUS Super Series. He said it's a brilliant opportunity for players. 96. Just get you that extra experience, and it's high-quality games. And he used the word fantastic. His form's good, but more importantly, he said he's enjoying it and over the moon with that. His sponsors stayed with him. They accepted his decision. And let's hopefully he's on his second journey in this game.
140.
Yeah, the only problem with going treble 20 on that 305 is the potential of leaving that bogey number.
40.
And that sums up Robert Rickwood's week in one dart. Fantastic setup player from Harry.
133. Robert Carr, 161.
Big ask.
45. How do you car 32?
So for 13 data, break your throw, 2-0 lead, double 16 for Harry Ward. He can close
No score.
but
Robert
couldn't
O'Carr,
find a way in, and Robert
116.
Rickwood was expecting maybe that to go, as he just had a little glance around Harry to see where that dart would lay.
76. How do you car 32?
A little messy for Robert right now. Don't expect Ward to miss it again. There's the marker. It just moves over. A lot of players do that because now you can see the full bed.
Shot on the second leg.
And all you do is
Harry
you use
Ward.
that tungsten, use that first dart, Henry, and sometimes you get that ricochet in. And that's exactly what happened there. You're sort of aiming for that dart. On this occasion, it landed right in the middle.
Third leg Harry to throw first. Game on.
And that was a breaker throw, so it's a big advantage to Harry Ward very early in this game.
Now I'm going to go back to that 105 that
100.
we spoke about. Now, Robert Rickwood starts 16s on this particular finish. Now, a single 16 leaves himself 89, so treble 19, double 16.
81.
Whereas 48, if he gets that, would leave himself 57, 17 tops. Now, if he misses the single number, either side will leave him an opportunity
57.
of a 2-dart checkout, and that is why he goes that way for the 105 finish. It's a Dutch route to go that
140.
particular way he was explaining.
Yeah, the modern dart player. Being a spotter now these days, it's just so tough because for me it was highlighted a lot, yes, with the Dutch in the 90s, 2000s, but also when Rob Cross started, winning, dominating that title that year, he was going different ways. Even Gerwin Price now on the 141 is starting down below because his
81.
theory is the treble 20 with the second dart, he doesn't have that transition to the double 12 is not as far. So the game's modern, the game's evolving, and the finishing is sort of following that.
121.
And there's that ricochet. This time it wasn't so good there for Ward as it slid into the one. And Rickwood will go back upstairs. He needs a treble to leave a 2-darter.
59.
Just not happening for Rickwood at the moment.
As we've seen the evolution of how players take out the 161 checkout as well. Kind of he now the most notable
60.
player to
Robert O'Carr,
do that here at the
140.
Super Series, because he prefers going down to go up, and then he prefers that line when it comes to the bullseye.
60. How do you car 120?
So 120 for 3-0.
Yeah, it's not ideal the way that's sat up there, but that's a great camera angle, that. I do like that one. He moves back to the centre of the hockey, but
Robert
not this
O'Carr,
time.
80.
Now the thing with Rickwood, he went sort of 2 tops, but it was sort of in the middle of nowhere last time. He got away with that.
40. How
And
do
he's
you
just hitting
car
the wire.
40?
And I'm telling you, Henry, if he was top of the group, that would have just snuck into the double top there.
Aim shot on the third
Exactly
leg.
what Harry Ward's doing right now. And Harry Ward wasn't getting the breaks early on Monday. All of a sudden he is. But look at the shoulders there of Rickwood. That's what it's like in the life of a dart player. You know, the highs are wonderful, magnificent.
Fourth leg Robert to throw first.
The
Game
lows
on.
can absolutely break your heart.
Don't go breaking my heart.
We had Achy break your heart in the quiz, didn't we?
You did, yes.
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Was that another one of those where you pressed the wrong button?
Oh, it was yeah, iron. What's the chemical? Was it PE iron?
180.
And then Judas. Do you remember Judas? And I said, no, it's definitely Mark.
The annoying thing about the iron question, it's the only question in quiz history which
45.
Owen Binks actually knew the answer to.
But didn't press the I. So Fat Fingers Durrant reaches over and presses D. What did someone say on the
100.
table? God, Glenn, you can't hit a treble 20. Now you can't hit a big I. But it's Big H at the moment, who's star of the show right now. And he's the inconsistency of Robert
140.
Rickwood, who scratches his head again because it's just nobody likes to see the player go through the ringer like he's going through at the moment. But like I said, he's got it all to fight for. So anyone listening to me in the Rickwood camp,
134.
let him know tomorrow is a new day.
$91. How do you car 87?
for the match for another really good performance. He's averaging just under 93, but the way he's been playing the last couple of days, he just makes it look as if something that he's just going to do with some considerable ease. And he can
39.
set up quite nicely in it.
Robert
Now with
Carr,
Rickwood requiring
145.
145. Well, this is a Hail Mary shot now.
It's not to be
45.
for Rickwood.
Robert Carr, 48.
It's Harry Ward that steps up for 48. He'd be looking at the 16 or 8 bird. It's 2 darts, a double 16.
Game,
Clean,
shot, and a match.
decisive.
Harry Ward.
Very, very impressive from Big H. Absolutely superb for Rickwood. It's going to be another long day. Like I said, it's still all to play for him. He mustn't get his head too down, but the mightily impressive Harry Ward continues to impress. Just shy of that 90 average there, but was in total control of that game from the first start. Super, super impressive from Ward. And speaking of super impressive, look at this next game. Don't miss this one. Gary Stone against Andy Bolton. That will be an absolute cracker.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the man winning the Group A race, having been in pole position all week, is now on the final straight and heading towards the checkered flag. It's P1 versus P2 in a sprint race here, and if Gary Stone prevails, he will confirm his position at the top of the podium. Out to stop Stone, at least for now, is a man who certainly has the drive to survive. Andy Bolton bidding to put himself back in the race. Otherwise, Stone will be spraying the champagne after this. It's lights out and away we throw.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, the two players on pole position right now. In your picture, there's the guy who I said would be lifting the 5,000 prize on Saturday night. Hasn't gone his way because of this inspired Gary Stone this week, who's put the afterburners on and has been absolutely brilliant. But if there's any person who's going to stop that run, will be Andy Bolton. And Andy might just be thinking, I probably need just 2 points here, just to stop Lee Shewan, Martin Adams thinking about taking the second place from me, because Harry Ward's looking good for that third place right now. So part of me thinks it's more to play for Andy Bolton. And Gary Stone will be thinking, nah. I won 12 out of 12. I won 15 out of 15.
First leg is Gary to through first.
And
Game
so
on.
it is 5 lights and darting. It is go, go, go. And here we go. Oh, hello. Gary Stone.
It's Murray Deacon.
60.
What a start from Gary Stone.
97.
I was thinking there if that was going to be a 9 darter, that Murray Walker impression there from Henry Deacon would have been the pinned tweet for MODUS Super Series for a long time.
134.
It was no.
It would also result in you probably being joined by Matthew Edgar tomorrow morning in the Coventry box.
60.
Just me and the duck would be fine.
That duck's been to the quiz as many times as Matthew Edgar has.
Yes, Mr. Edgar.
119. Gary O'Carr, 164.
Once again, these two are delivering nuts very early. Gary Stone will be looking. They're just setting it up this time. That shows you, pretty much tells you his mentality.
124.
Right now, he wants to win this game. I think he's thinking of that 15 out of 15. And did you tell me nobody's done that so far?
Not in a Group A. We've seen players
55.
have runs like that,
Gary O'Carr, 40.
but not all in the same Group A
Game shot on
campaign.
the
As
first
Stone
leg. Gary
goes to
Stone.
tops, he gets tops, and he leads 1-0, and he just looks oh so comfortable. Just it's as if he's now ignited another switch today. Average 98 in that 4-1 win
Second leg,
against
Andy
Lee
to throw
Shewan.
first.
Andy
Game on.
Bolton himself, he lost to Harry Ward, but he had an average of 97. He must be thinking, why on earth am I playing this well and yet
42.
again being put on the receiving end? He must have joined Danny Lauby and Jared Cole in that restaurant of bad luck which we opened last week.
60.
Just the way the darts are going in, his timing is great right now. Gary's happy. And the word I picked up from you there is that he's comfortable. And as
85.
a dart player, and there's Andy once again suffering, looked more like with his arm this time than his shoulder. So that could be the biggest issue with this week for him. Maybe
97.
maybe just a Group B might have been nicer for Andy West. Just a couple of days. Maybe the Group A for him, where he's playing all week, might be to his detriment. But anybody up
96.
against Gary Stone right now would struggle because he's been absolutely outstanding.
60.
That's the perfect dart for Bolton. And when you get that perfect dart, Henry,
140.
sometimes when you don't fill it up, it can be the disappointment, but a 140, you'll accept any day of the week.
100. Andy O'Carr, 138.
Whatever happens to that Gary Stone today, I don't want to see him show signs of distress,
98.
signs of disappointment. I want to see a new Gary Stone where he's keeping it all internally. Spoke to him yesterday and he said, I've heard what you've said, Glenn. He said, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I guess when you're in the heat of battle
168.
sometimes,
Andy O'Carr, 40.
that's the kind of dart he's produced all week. Pressure's on Bolton with his tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Pressure.
Andy Bolton.
What pressure?
Pressure is for tyres, as the great Chris Mason would say. Bolton levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Gary to throw first. Game on.
It will be one and done with a Gary Stone win. It feels pretty much we're heading in that trajectory anyway, but we
100.
would be able to signpost everything then, and then it's all about the race for Group B darts, which, well, that could be an issue which could well be decided quite quickly. Shewan takes on Adams next. Effectively, one may be knocked out of that race.
100.
Harry Ward takes on Gary Stone. Now, if anyone looks likely to beat Gary on current form, it is probably Harry Ward.
58.
And if he did that, he'd move on to 14 points. The player in behind would be on 10. And then after that, Ward has to
80.
play the likes of both Shewan and Adams. So he has that destiny very much in his own path, in his own hands.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a
131.
dead rubber in the MODUS Super Series, because already now, yeah, maybe the top place has gone, but that difference between Group B and Group C, it's a big thing for these players. 3 from 5. You'd always feel
137.
good for your chances with that sort of percentage, that ratio. But more importantly, playing on a night as well, and I definitely think the players suit that. But maybe not this guy, who has been absolutely brilliant at 9:30 on a morning. And he continues to impress.
Averaging 104.7 in this
140.
present moment in
Gary
time.
O'Connor,
Time 40 for
91.
Bolton leaves himself Acapulco after 12, but he may not get a go. Tops. Double 10.
71. Andy O'Connor, 44.
Stone is human. And from soon to nowhere, that 140-137 from Bolton has given the chances of double 16. He's done the hard work.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Bolton.
No real reaction there from him, but that's all about timing. That 140, that 137 just made Gary Stone think. And Gary Stone missing that dart there at the
Fourth
double.
leg Andy did through first. Game on.
Does give some hope. And for the first time this week, Gary Stone is under just a little bit of pressure in a match. How does he react from it? Because this could be the scenario, Henry, on Saturday night. He may be up against someone where he's 2-1 down. You want to see a little bit of fight from him. For me, I'm looking at how his reaction is. Let's see what he does after these darts. Because Gary Stone, for me, at his worst, is shaking his head and throwing his arms about. And all I said to him this week is, I think you're a better player when you just see the positives, because you've been absolutely magnificent. So why be disappointed? Because this is what you can do, sir.
177.
Andy Bolton, the guy I called the hardest working dart player in lockdown. If there was a tournament, Andy Bolton was in it. I think the hardest dart player working right now is Connor Scott.
100. Andy O'Connor, 124.
He uses that Scullier system a lot, and he just tournament after tournament. He told me he practices 8 hours a day. It's a determination he has. As Andy Bolton looks at 124. He's finished on this week. Well, he's gone and done it again.
Fourth leg, Andy Bolton.
Absolutely magnificent. And this run of Gary Stone of 11 out of 11 is now under pressure. Jim McEwen, if you're watching, maybe you're safe.
Gary to throw first. Game on.
It obviously turns out that football and darts are two completely different sports, because here in Portsmouth, 96. Bolton are 3-1 up. I promise it's the last time I mention it. How did the Mighty Boa get on yesterday?
95.
Did they play?
No, weekend. I've used all our quiz money in our ACCA. All on the borough. Who have you chosen?
80.
I've chosen Bradford to beat Colchester.
If that costs us, Henry, that's me and you finished.
It was even money. It just had to be
100.
done. Fair to say, me and Owen Binks aren't on talking terms right now, which, to be honest, probably isn't a bad thing, as Gary Stone goes for a second max, gets a second max.
Yeah, Gary Stone certainly talking to that treble 20 bed right now. Now, he should have gone downstairs. He's looking at the 180, which is a mistake. But no, it's a mistake. Shut up, Durant.
145.
But everything about that 180 was wrong. But so right. He may look at the bull with the last dart.
100.
He's just seen enough of that treble 20. And this is for the match, Henry, on the 19s.
To end the run of Stone, but he's not going to get a dart at the bull. And so Gary Stone, 45 points away from saving that unbeaten record and
46.
to make Bolton
45.
serve it out here. It's going to be tops. One dart left in hand.
Game shot on
One
the
dart
fifth
was all he
leg.
needed.
Gary
That
Stone.
first dart, as you could see from the overhead angle, was such a lovely cushion guide to give it the springboard for the second. He kissed it off the barrel into the back of the net.
Six leg Andy to throw
And so
first.
Andy Bolton
Game
now
on.
is serving for the match for a 4-2 win and to inflict the first defeat of this week so far upon Gary Stone.
119.
Yes, every question that Gary's been asked this week, he's answered absolutely superb. And with that big 5 win in there, I was like, here we go again.
58.
Them 2 treble 90s, like little golden nuggets there for Andy Bolton, who's took big control already in this leg, and a ton 40 here. You would feel it would be Bolton to lose, and he will not like that creeping into the treble one, but he'll love that.
123.
Great darts from Bolton.
$100.
And the quality of this game is at 100 just isn't enough right now. Now Andy Bolton, his thought process here is he's probably considering the 19s bet on the last dart. Whatever he does here, he'll go downstairs.
137.
And after 9 darts, leaving 1-2-2. Absolutely superb. On 1-3-4-3, Gary Stone can't leave the finish.
81. Andy O'Carr,
But it's
122.
Bolton's to lose from here.
Well, it's had to take a superb performance to put Gary Stone against the wall. As things stand, it would be the highest average of the week. He's averaging 105 here.
65.
It's Andy Bolton. 57 after 12. And all Stone can do is try and apply as much pressure as possible.
128.
That is exactly
O'Carr,
what he does.
57.
But this is the opportunity for Andy Bolton. Tops he wants. But it is not
37.
a yes for
Gary
the X
O'Carr,
Factor yet.
134.
Exhale of breath there from Stone, who's been given another chance. And he's been taking them all week, but not on this occasion. All he can do is set it up. He'll be looking at treble 10 to leave a 1 dart finish.
94. Andy
That
O'Carr,
dart would be
20.
tops. But Andy Bolton, if he'd have offered him 3 darts for the match at double 10, he'd have snapped your hands off. Big, big dart.
10. Gary O'Carr, 40.
Is that the moment where
Game shot
everything
on the
changes
sixth leg.
again?
Gary
Because
Stone.
Gary Stone may have thought that by now he was shaking hands. Now he finds himself in a deciding leg.
7th and final leg, Gary to throw first. Game on. $60.
Yes, this is a top tungsten quality affair. Look at the stats there. There were over 100 going into that last leg. Just a couple of missed darts, but that's the kind of quality these two have produced
81.
all week. Absolutely magnificent. But part of me is thinking right now that Gary Stone is going to go all the way because people are getting opportunities. And
59.
I would never have thought that Andy Bolton would miss 4 darts at the double to beat him there. And he's got the ascendancy in this leg, albeit he hasn't opened up with a treble yet. But that wild 5 there makes me think that Andy Bolton is
82.
still thinking of them 4 darts at the missed double. That is the perfect dart for Stone. He'll beg him for a 140.
140.
Gary Stone will feel like a greased piglet if he wins this game. Somehow he's managed to slip away with the 2 points. In a game, in a contest where Andy Bolton should have
100.
been the victor. He had those match darts to finally depose of his fellow countryman.
My only worry is he using up all his good fortune in Group A?
140.
Because you could do a little bit of luck on the Saturday night. And I don't want Gary to use it all up, but what a magnificent thing it would be. 15 out of 15. Especially when we talk so much about how tough this group was.
85. Gary O'Carr 102.
Andy Bolton missed a dart at tops and then subsequently at double 10.
82.
And Gary
Andy
Stone
O'Carr
nearly then took the win.
153.
Is this going to be a haymaker blow for the Scot?
It's a big ask. It's not to be. Gary Stone for his 12th win on the spin.
60. Gary O'Carr 20.
For the dozen
Game shot
for
and the
Gary
match,
Stone.
Gary Stone.
And he almost apologises to his opponent, Andy Bolton, who had 5 darts to go and beat Gary Stone in that one. What a superb encounter we've witnessed here today. Andy Bolton has had averages of 97 and now 95. He's yet to get a point on the board, but he's playing some superb stuff. Meanwhile, for Gary Stone, well, he's getting dangerously better as this group goes on. He's won all 12, and he's kick-started his day with averages of 98, and that's gone up to a smidgen just under 100 there. What a superb game we've just witnessed there. With 5 games down, we'll complete the second round of matches with Martin Adams taking on Lee Shewan, and we're going to watch that in your company after these commercial messages.
So Gary Stone is through to finals night as the winner of Group A. He's done it by winning all 12 matches he's played so far. Did survive 5-match darts against Andy Bolton in that one, but Stone remained rock solid and secured that spot in Saturday's session. Right, next up, it's 2 players who are tied on 8 points in this group. They're in the fight for 3rd place and a potential run in Group B on Thursday and Friday as Martin Adams meets Lee Shewan. One may kind of bow out of that battle with defeat here, and it's Shewan who has won both bouts so far this week. The Fleetwood thrower winning 4-2 on Monday and 4-1 yesterday. Will we see the three-peat or a Wolfie win? Let's find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yes, thank you so much, Chris. Yes, it might be a middle of the table clash, but I think both players will be eyeing the prize for 3rd place. I know certainly for Lee Shewan, as I left the building yesterday, he said he still wants to get into that Group B just to play on the night and that 3 from 5 scenario there. And I think he realises that Harry Ward's taken the ascendancy right now. And if he's going to have any chance, he must beat Wolfie in this game, who hasn't been at his best all week. We did speak a little bit at the beginning of the week that, yes, Martin is prone to have one bad day at the MODUS Super Series, but 2 and a bit is really, really unlike him. But usually the story at the end of the week involves Wolfie somehow. And is it just going to be a different avenue? Is it just going to be via Group C to get his route to the final? Let's just wait and see. Sit back and enjoy it. I'm just chatting with our guys in my Super League team. So a big well done to Carl Coleman last night, who won the ADC Vault in Middlesbrough. And he beat Jamie Durrant in the final. Pair of them I would love to be back
First
here.
leg is Martin to throw first.
I am promoting them as much as possible.
Game on.
Because I want to commentate on the pair of them, because they've followed me around for years and years, and now it's my turn to support them.
Matthew Edgar's definitely doing that week now. Well, I'm not sure Penguin Publishers will publish a book called When the Wolf Met the Cobbler. However, this is the latest chapter in the story of Group A. As 4th plays 5th.
140.
What's your assessment been of Lee Shewan? Because I'm liking what I'm seeing. You know, he showed signs of distress and disappointment after that opening 2 wins and then just walking away that day with 3 losses after them. But I thought he threw some good stuff yesterday.
180.
And Wolfie was certainly hitting the 180s today. He was very dry yesterday with only the 1. But here comes Shewan.
180.
We have been spoilt this week, haven't we? With fantastic darts of high scoring and brilliant finishes. That last game was just whetted the appetite. Imagine what Saturday night's going to be like, Henry.
125.
Saturday night is going to be a light. That is for sure. At this rate, someone's going to have to find Paul Hinks a packet of cough sweets because his tonsils are getting a bashing. 88 180s for the week now. Martin Adams here, 96 after 9. Both players have got off to a rampant start.
88. Liu Car 120.
8 moves inside, and so Shewan wants a Shanghai. Up the ladder we go. Will he get to the top rung?
80. Martin
He's gone too far.
8.
Both players, after 12 darts, have missed darts at double to win the leg.
Game shot
A quality first leg
Martin
is in the leisure of Martin Adams.
Second leg leader throw first. Game on. $81.
Another high-quality affair this week. I know it's very early in the match, but a great start from both of them. Like I said, I think we've been spoke with this fantastic Group A and looking forward now to thinking of Group B and Group C tomorrow. Anyone in particular looking forward to seeing, Henry?
I think Scott Walters brings an air of excitement because we know that there's going to be maximums and we know we're going to see ton-plus finishes. But I mentioned the other day, I like Kevin Dowling.
140.
What I saw from him last time he was here, there was something steady about him. There was something you could really build on with him. There's a real solid base. Got to finals night last time he was here. Week 11 it was when he lost out to, in the week where Matt Clark got the better of Kevin Painter in the final.
Yeah, Kevin's kindly sent me some information. I wrote to all the players this week 55. And asked for some info, so I'm going to be reading that tonight with a cup of coffee. I'm looking forward to seeing Kevin, another real legend, another England player, and once again another opportunity
43.
Has arose from here at the MODUS Super Series, and I'm sure Kevin will be delighted with that and will be giving him his best. I used to always like Kevin's write-ups, no matter wherever we've played or every day. I don't know if you remember. I'm going back plenty of years now, but I used to always enjoy his reading his information about a weekend away in the life of Kevin Dowling.
Always honest and always fair from the ones that I've read so far. It was something that Matthew Edgar actually showed me before he played for the first time here. And yeah, I like that. And he keeps tabs and tallies of every single leg and things that happens in matches.
And speaking of tabs,
game shot on the second leg.
A dab that is. But speaking of tabs, got Alan Tabbin here this week. Right now, Martin Adams, someone's walking him up. It's taken him 2.5 days to get going, and after that first game against Robert Rickwood, he probably thought, here we go again.
The wolf is hungry. The wolf is prowling. And the 180 call will be howling from the rooftops.
And my only question is, what has Adams done since his first game? Has he sat there and reflected of why he's not been playing so
95.
well? Has he hammered the dartboard? Has he gone for a walk? Has he had a bite to eat? But all of a sudden, he looks like a different player now.
Martin Adams, who has treated us to 2 9-dart legs here at the MODUS Super Series, back in its previous incarnation as the live
28.
league in Southampton.
How many in total is it now, 9 darters? Sorry, I should have said that off air, shouldn't I?
I believe it's 10 off the top of my head. I'll go back through my stats sheets, which...
Yes, my fantastic commentator Henry Deacon is an absolute fountain of knowledge when it comes to the MODUS Super Series, and an inspiration to me with all the information he provides me. My mentor, aren't you, Henry? But it's Shewan, who needs to really get going now to be thinking, Martin, why have you saved your best darts for me? We have seen a 158 finish this week. It was one of the real big highlights. It was a 153 finish, followed in the next leg by a 158 finish.
10 in total since we moved to Southampton. There was a couple when we played online back in the days of the pandemic, when we were pretty much housebound. Took more about 9 darters in the next leg, because Adams here looks as if he's going to open up a 3-0 lead here. He's again left a very sizable, makeable finish after 12 darts. He won't be happy with that slip into the single 5, mind. And so Shewan,
24.
well, he's going to get an opportunity now. 161. Wolfie's only left himself a 104, so now he hasn't got the treble. He'll be looking and hoping to leave this quite handy.
Martin O'Carr, 104.
Yeah, we'll see more 1s and 5s this week from Wolfie, but I thought he'd eradicated them from his game. So 84, he's going to stay there. Oh, but I would have liked treble 16 at that point, because he's covering that bed so much. And then 88. He comes down, and
Leo Khan, 96.
The irony is that he pings the double treble 16, because had he hit that with his second dart, he would have left double 18. And he went for the 2 dart doubles. Did Shewan, but just crept into the double 1 instead. So Adams,
64.
It's double A for a 3-0 lead. Didn't really expect this. I had this one as a real tight affair. And if the double goes in,
game shot on the third
potential
leg.
route for Adams.
Wolfie is on the prowl. Yeah, 10 9-dart legs.
4th leg leader
in the history of this competition. Only one in this particular building. That was by Conor Heenahan. He's the man who got the 9-darter.
100.
No, what a nickname. What's his nickname, Conor Heenahan?
Hino. So Hino was the hero.
It should be he's the man. Heenahan. Copyright Henry Deacon.
95.
If you're watching Conor, get them shirts changed so he's the man.
No one wants a line of my commentary emblazoned on the back of their shirt. Yeah, but you could do one of those Westlight tribute acts. You know, you could walk on to "I Can Be Your Hino Baby."
Well, you were doing well until then.
You're just lucky I didn't sing it.
There's the 5 and the 1 from Adams again.
66.
And from a man who's personally known Martin for 20 years. I can count on one hand how many times he's done that. This week it's just been multiple times.
85.
He's just sort of flexing his shoulder again there. A la Andy Bolton. If anyone thinks this is easy, the MODUS Super Series you would expect would suit the younger players.
Well, Gary Stone will say he's picked up 24 points.
60.
He's through with 3 games to spare. He'll say this has been quite a nice week for him. Plus 25 as well in the legs difference category in a week where we've seen some scintillating
58.
averages is a testament to the way that he's played.
But in the end, all it does is get him into Saturday night's final. We had some conversation on Twitter yesterday that there should be a better bonus for winning the Group A, but you know the bonus he's got is that he's got a couple of days off now to be fresh to come back here Saturday night. But if he goes into it and has a disaster
60.
first game,
Your car 158.
oh, that's put to bed. But I think the format is absolutely brilliant here at the MODUS Super Series.
58.
140 from Adams here. There's that obligatory one.
5. Your car 100.
The less said, the better there, because I think no one can tell the great man right now what to say or do, but it's tops for
Game shot
Shewan.
on the 4th leg. Lee Shewan.
And from absolutely nowhere, Shewan's brought himself back in this game, but it was just a holder throw. But will that score of 5 be on Adams's mind as he steps up for these 3
Fifth leg
darts?
Martin to throw first. Game on.
If anyone can wipe away a situation within the middle of a match, it is this man here, Martin Wolfie Adams. Just incidentally, looking at this stats page,
100.
we are missing a couple of games here and there, but out of all the doubles hit on the board, 69% of all winning doubles hit at
140.
the Super Series, by and large, are red doubles. Which isn't a surprise when you think about the most popular doubles that players go for: double top, double 10, double 18, double 12, double 8. They're all on that
100.
red segment. Probably the 2 popular ones for players on the green side of the board are probably double 16 and double 4.
Apologies if it's me, but part of my
97.
coaching, we do an element of the game where we focus on tops 36, 32, 24, 20, 16, 8, 4. It's a brilliant game where, depending on what level you're on, you either get 3 darts to go back
60.
to it. But the beauty of it is if you hit double top, double 18, double 16, and then miss double 12, you then go back to tops. So it's a frustrating game when you start missing it near the end there. But it's a real good game
95.
on practicing on them doubles that you're alluding to there, which usually you end up in the match. I always found it really boring to go 1 to 20 on the doubles, because you can be having a rubbish time on it and then be stuck on double 7 for 5 minutes and you get bored with that game.
100.
So everything I try to introduce now in games is 21 darts or less, and just setting targets from that, and so that eliminates the concerns of boredom through your practice routines.
99. Matthew Carr 141.
We've seen him hit this for 9 here at the Super Series. We're not going to see him hit it for 15 on this particular occasion. And Martin Adams, who raced into a 3-0 lead in this game, may find that particular
60.
advantage.
Leo Carr 70.
Yes, Lee Shewan seems to be unlapping himself here in this game. He's going to get a dart at tops, and this is a breaker throw.
50. Matthew Carr 81.
The frustration right there is the fact that you're getting these opportunities against Martin Adams, who usually will ping that. Yes, that's in the treble. It's 2 darts for the match, a double 12. Just slides into double treble 9.
78.
Not on this occasion,
Leo Carr
Mr. Adams.
20.
And so it's the cobbler to claw the advantage back down to 1. 2 5s.
Game shot
Keeps
on
him
the 5th leg.
alive.
Lee Shewan.
And wins him leg 5 and brings it back to 3-2. And he has the darts to send us all the way to a last leg decider.
6th leg leader through first. Game on.
Who do you make favourite in this game now? Whose position would you like to be in? 3-0 up and then missing darts at a double?
58.
Well, Shewan, who's never, ever been in this game, and by hook or by crook, has got it to 3-2.
Shewan's improving as the game goes on as well. That's the other thing we should jot down and note. Averages at the minute, 84 for Adams, 87 for Shewan. And in terms of the doubles department, Martin Adams is 3 out of 8, Lee Shewan 2 from 6. So by and large, when the players are going to the board with 3 darts in hand, you are expecting them to take the double out with one of them.
$83.
Yes, come and join us on Saturday night, as you can see behind us there. Some of the crowds on the Saturday, 7:30 start now. And that's been reflected in great crowds coming because these players absolutely love it. And tickets are absolutely free here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth at dartshop.tv. Come and make that
85.
night extra special. And who is going to win the $5 prize? Well, jot us down at MSS Darts or at Dozer180. Any predictions, any thoughts, any dart chat?
59.
UK Open this weekend as well, so darters once again at the forefront. The game we all love.
We're going to have a good chat about the UK Open as the day goes on, so do send in your questions, opinions, your thoughts and
43.
feelings at MSS Darts, at H_Deacon Media, at Dozer180. You can even tweet Murph as well. He's at Chris Murphy 180.
94.
Well, Lee Shewan here has put on a rally from 3-0 down. He's inclined in this game. As for Martin Adams, we're seeing that slip again into that single 1 and single 5.
25. Leo Carr 60.
So Shewan looks a shoe in to send us to a last leg. Tops.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
The way that first dart laid in the board, that was perfect for him with the last. Now, you could just see in the background there as Lee Shewan retrieved his darts. Martin Adams just moving his hand up and down. Is that
final leg, Martin,
maybe a little feeling of the cold, maybe a feeling that the arms are a little bit tight at the moment?
Yeah, I spoke to the players where in the players area it's really warm, so you don't feel the cold for 2 or 3 legs. So if you're winning matches 4-0, you'll probably come up and say, cold, what cold?
135.
But every player comes off and says that stage is absolutely magnificent. The referee's doing a brilliant job. The legend there is Paul Hinks, and everyone loves the experience
60.
up there. And I tell you what, it's red hot atmosphere on Saturday night, and we want you here.
May even get a selfie with Dozer.
20 quid?
You charged me 50.
60.
Adams 140 ahead. Shewan had done the hard work of getting back into this game and then bounce out. He's had a couple
40.
today. Now on 306, 19s is the route. But Martin is not that type of player, actually. Very rarely deviates from that treble 20 bed. He really should go down the 19s now, but I don't think he will. Oh, he's going down.
136.
Go on, Martin, take the fish out. What a setup, what a leave.
60. Martin,
He's done that to spite everyone's
170.
faces. You may do this to win the match. The fish for the wolf.
Well, you built it up, Henry. That's a great set. Are we looking at treble 18 now?
134.
And you'd be thinking, where was this 15 minutes ago? Could have been back in the other room. And for sure, we'll be thinking, I did all the hard work of getting back in this game, and there's the 180. Where were you? Funny old game. But it's double 18 for Wolfie.
Game shot on the match.
Right
Martin
in the
Adams.
middle of it. A strange game there for Martin Adams, who came out the traps very, very quickly. Took a 3-0 lead and had darts to win the match 4-1. Looked at one point there that Lee Shewan was beginning to be favourite, and the tail of the tape there tells you there wasn't an awful lot of difference in there. Some great finishing, the 125 from Adams and the 100 from Shewan, but it's Adams that takes that 4th place in the table. Maybe around the coattails of Harry Ward, And with him to play a little bit later, but a stonking game next, the in-form Harry Ward against the incredible Gary Stone, back after a short break.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Glenn Durrant has joined me for a little chat about what's happened. And what has happened is the inevitable, really. Gary Stone has made it through. 3 games to spare as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely sensational. Like I said, how tough the group is and, you know, of what he's done today. I mean, people have had the opportunities against him, but, you know, every question that's been asked to Gary Stone, he's answered it. And with 3 games to go, that is a pretty magnificent achievement.
And 3 games away from an unprecedented achievement of winning every single match in Group A. I know Jim McEwen's watching, hoping that doesn't happen in a way.
Yeah, and the statistician, Henry Deacon, was telling me that no one's done the 15 out of 15 in Group A, so I don't think Gary will understand that. But I think it'll be on his mind. I think he'd probably say, no, I'm just taking 1 game at a time. But an interesting game coming up with the in-form Harry Ward.
Yeah, and the game we just saw as well, Martin Adams beating Lee Shewan for the first time this week. That just puts the pressure on Harry Ward a little bit, doesn't it, for 3rd place?
Yeah, it's been a strange day for Martin Adams. He's 2 out of 2, but both games he's probably walked off thinking, I got away with that one. But I don't think Harry Ward will be thinking too much right now. I just think he's enjoying the experience, is the feeling I'm getting from him, and just walking through maybe the players' area as well. And I think this week was about just that journey, getting back to where he wants to be, and I've enjoyed watching him.
It feels like in the context of the 2 stories we've been talking about, this is a significant game. Gary Stone, after this, has got Robert Rickwood and Martin Adams still to play. Do you think that Harry is the most likely to beat Gary in this group?
Oh, for sure. I would have said Andy Bolton beforehand, so I won't take any credit if Harry does here. But I think the 15 out of 15 is beginning to look really good right now. And you'd have to say, based on them 3 players that are left, the best player with the best chance would be the in-form Harry Ward.
Yeah, Jim McEwen did the first 14 and lost the last match. Gary Stone now looking to complete that unprecedented feat of winning all 15 matches in the group. The next challenge is beating the ever-improving Harry Ward, and Glenn is going to go and join Henry to talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Looking forward to this Gary Stone against Harry Ward. This could be the high-quality game of the day. When you look at the numbers so far for the pair, they scream off the page. Harry Ward signed for 97 average, dipped to 89, but has won both his matches so far. As for Gary Stone, the worrying thing is as he heads past the finishing line, past the tape, well, it's as if he's won the London Marathon and he's decided to run round Trafalgar Square again because he's averaged 98 and just under a ton respectively in his 2 victories so far today against Lee Shewan and that game against Andy Bolton, which secured his path into Saturday night's final. So we know the tenacious Scot is going to be there. You can join us too. Head over to www.dartshop.tv for more information on how you can be here for the big occasion on Saturday night. Glenn Durrant has rejoined me here in the commentary box. Whilst you were away chatting upstairs with Chris Murphy, I nipped next door into the production room, and the record for most
100.
consecutive wins is Jim McEwen's 60. Now, that was done over 2 different stints. So he won the Champion of Champions event in July, as Gary Stone kicks off with a max. Then he came back into into Series 1 in one of the first weeks of that, and then dominated that Group A, and that's where the 16-game winning one comes from.
140.
Gary Stone is looking to become the first player to win 15 from 15 in Group A, and if he does that and wins his first game on Saturday
94.
night, he will level the record which was attained by McEwen back in July.
Yeah, speaking of stats, how many times this week have we said Gary Stone opens up with a max?
140.
He's come out the box flying. You know, it might be a lot to do with his preparation. He might be heavily practicing going into it, or sometimes a lot of the players, it's about visualisation. They're just sitting themselves, getting them calm, getting ready to get on that stage. But fair play to the lad in your picture now. We've just sort of said upstairs on the balcony there, someone's going to beat Gary Stone this week. It could be Harry
49.
Ward because he has found an extra gear.
127.
It's 127 in game for Gary Stone to leave the bull.
80.
Not on this
Harry
occasion.
72.
And this is the type of finish, if anyone's going to beat Gary Stone, it's this area around where you're going to get 1 dart at a double. So you'll be looking at another fat 16. And this 1 dart at tops.
Game
And
shot
when
on
they're
the first
going in
leg.
like that,
Harry
that's
Ward.
probably what is required. And look at the reaction there from Gary Stone. Is he wanting 15 out of 15? Because he's already through. He's already going to top this group. Of course he does. Absolutely. He's thinking
Second leg
of
Gary
that.
to throw first. Game on. 58. 57.
Harry Ward has sneaked as favourite for this game all of a sudden.
180.
Gary Stone must have heard that and pings another 180. It's just a ridiculous performance from the Scotsman this week.
60.
Whatever happens this week, Gary Stone, this is what you can produce. And I want to see positive social media from you.
134.
Whatever happens on Saturday night, because you, sir, have been absolutely tremendous. Just a mere 118 average at the moment.
Last time he won a Group A, oh, this is unbelievable. We'll save the stories for later because the players are providing some top quality stuff.
73.
He's averaging 112.38. He is on for 14 data, and this may
94.
only be good enough to level the
56.
matchup. For 1 apiece. To level up a
Game shot
top
on the
quality
second leg.
tungsten
Gary
encounter.
Stone.
It is this on purpose. He sort of sets up that double top before going straight for it. Because the times he gets the perfect marker and then just sits it in there. It's been a real trait this week of Gary Stone. Great to see Harry Ward play like this.
180.
You cannot help but like what you see.
$58.
Once again, staggering statistics from the 2 informed players. Henry, would you agree?
Yeah, hit them and Andy Bolton. You can't
100.
discredit the fact that he's averaged 97 and 95 today, Andy Bolton. He's yet to pick up a point. It's almost
58.
laughable it's that good.
Yeah, he seems in good form. Still, I've just been through the players' lounge there as I went upstairs, so I think he knows what he needs to do right now. I think he's got a couple of games which he'll say is
45.
winnable. But to be fair, the only thing to sort of caveat to that is that he's been opening the days very well. Some of the weaknesses for Andy Bolton has been
100.
sort of later on in the day. It's whether he's got the stamina. Maybe that's something he's learning about the MODUS Super Series. I couldn't help but notice Robert Rickwood having an energy bar as I walked through there. So that just sort of shows a little
95.
sign, a little bit of experience of being here before, that you've just got to keep yourself hydrated and feeling strong when you get on there, Rocky.
Miles a day helps you to work, rest and play.
125.
Or any other
Have you got
chocolate bar.
81.
81 for 2-1. Double 12. You don't expect this to miss.
You've done a dozen.
69. Garioka 160.
And nobody, once again, has just seemed to be killing off Gary Stone. And that's what he'll be thinking right now. People don't want to hit doubles against me. So I'm going to check out on 160 just to put this game to bed.
120.
Touches
Are
the
you
wire
okay?
there, and you can
12.
see the enormous disappointment there, because I am telling you, his handprint, when he left his hands, this is big moments for Harry Ward. It's not a great marker. He having to move across. It's the right-hand side of double 3.
6.
And that
Garioka
kiss of the hockey, that
40.
ricochet wasn't kind this time. Gary Stone will be loving the fact that people are missing it against him.
What a guide.
20. Garioka 6.
So, Ward back for double 3. Straight for it. Now, there's only one way he can go. He can't go no further than double 1.
Game show
Doesn't
on the
need
third
to go
leg.
any
Harry
further. He
Ward.
finds himself in front. Am I allowed to make another prediction?
Is it as bad as mine?
We're going to see a 9 darter in this leg.
Wow.
Well, for Gary to throw
If
first.
this is
game on.
pulled off, this is genius.
$100.
Come on, Harry. Oh, the comms box went very, very quiet there.
100.
I'll get my coat.
That would have been good.
83.
Keeps him in charge of this leg, but 2 treble visit here for Ward. Make it very interesting. He's looking downstairs
131.
and uses that 2 treble visit to make Gary Stone think. They're well thrown darts,
60.
but no treble. Interesting.
That first dart, when it's lined up like that, just invites bedfellows.
180.
And that was thrown in the middle of the jam jar, the last dart. Oh, this is
180.
stupendous.
Garioka 90.
I'd play safe and just go big 20. Done exactly that.
Game show on the fourth
Wowza.
leg. Harry Ward.
Harry Ward has come to the party, and Gary Stone, who's probably thinking of every record going in the MODUS Super Series, is walking into an absolute machine in Harry Ward. Harry Ward looked nervous,
Gary to throw
shy,
first. Game on.
not so sure about his game on Monday morning. Now he's flourishing in front of our very eyes. Superb darts. Harry Ward. Here he goes again.
140. $91.
Just them missed doubles in leg number 3. Sort of spoke what would have been a staggering game for average-wise. It's hurt the averages just a touch.
85.
And I say hurt the averages. They're both averaging over 96, the pair of them. But they would have been in way in excess of 100 plus. It's been that good of a game. And that's what's needed, Henry,
93.
to beat Gary Stone this week.
I feel sorry for whoever's got to pick game of the day today.
Game of the week. I mean, it's just... We've just been spoilt.
134.
I won't lie, I've sat in this chair a couple of times and just think, you know, this with some absolute slugfest of games where the pace hasn't been great.
58.
This week,
Garioka
just the
146.
pace has been nice and the quality's been just showing us why these are some of the top amateurs in the game right now.
45.
I'm going to make a prediction. If Harry Ward goes back to Q School, this is the only year we'll see him at the MODUS Super Series. If he plays like this, he regains his card.
My only thing there is he had this game in his pocket. And that 45 there was not a great setup, but it does leave a 2-darter. He's just getting messy. Now it's really important all of a sudden now to keep it very, very simple, just like that. What a dart, a double 18.
61.
And with Gary Stone on 162, is this the moment the record goes?
Trust Gary Stone to do this right now. He is going to pile the pressure on Harry Ward.
122. Harry O'Carr 36.
This has got to go now to defeat Gary Stone for the first time this week. You can't get any closer than that. You
18.
can't get any closer
Gary
than that.
40.
And Stone gets another reprieve from match darts. How has he getting away with this? Is incredible. Gary Stone is showing some stones here. Against Andy Bolton, he survived 5 match darts. He survived match darts on Harry Ward. And the record is still on, is still possible,
40.
is still in the reckoning. But it's a 40 start.
60.
Just when you think you've been able to work out this game, Harry Ward. What was interesting for me there, Henry, is how long Gary Stone took when he went treble 20 in the 162. He just made Harry Ward think. It might have only been 3 or 4 seconds, but I thought it was very cute. I thought it was very clever. And Harry Ward will know that he can break and stop Gary motoring onto this 15 out of 15. And I just thought it was very cool. Just that sort of thing, just dictating the place, slowing things down. And that was the point for me, was just a little bit evident there. Albeit the fact that Harry threw
41.
very good darts. He hit the wire of double 18 and, you know, the double 9 could have gone in on a different day. But Harry Ward hasn't hit a treble
57.
since. What do you do for a 140? And for me, Gary is just slowing the pace down just a slow bit. He's been very, very clever. Here's Harry Ward thinking of him dart. That's a beautiful last dart.
You have to commend this man's mentality. He knows he's through, but he knows he's on for a record. And he's having some scares and scaves today in terms of that particular record.
140.
That setup in the previous leg was superb. He may have to do something special again here. So Harry Ward should, from this point.
So we've been looking at the bull. So he's going to get another dart this time. A double top. Tops for Ward. And it's Stone is hinged for the first time this week. He's been absolutely magnificent. But the trajectory of Harry Ward is just going up and up and up. He is performing like the superstar that Harry Ward is. An absolute gentleman. And there's the tail of the tip. A couple of missed doubles sort of deflects on what a fantastic game that was. Look at the 180s there, 6 in the match, shared 3 each there. It was a really enjoyable game, and all talk of records, so Jim McEwen will be the happy man right now. But what a brilliant game that was. Thoroughly enjoyed, and Harry Ward just continues to impress. It's a Lancaster battle next. It's Robert Rickwood against Lee Shewan.
Well, it's finally happened. Gary Stone has been beaten. He waited until after he'd already qualified for that defeat to be inflicted by Harry Ward, who's getting better and better as the week goes on here at the Super Series. Maybe one to watch tomorrow, Friday, and maybe even Saturday. But the next match features Robert Rickwood and Lee Shewan. It is looking like Group C for the pair of them. In fact, it definitely will be for Robert Rickwood. Lee Shewan, though, having been beaten by Martin Adams in his previous match, looks like he'll be joining him in the daytime sessions for the rest of the week. 2 places up for grabs at finals night in that group. Shewan can just cling to the coattails of third place Harry Ward, but it's an almost impossible task for him now. So maybe a little bit of a battle between them just to get bragging rights and a one-up going into the rest of the week. Let's find out then which way this one goes in the company of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, you don't really want to rock in your cobbler, but we got the rock against the cobbler here in our 8th match of the day. Lee Shewan taking on Robert Rickwood. And when we have a look at the battle that this pair had yesterday, it was a 4-1 win for Lee Shewan with an average of 102.88. It was his best performance we've seen from him this week, indeed, at the Super Series in general. And this has probably been the best appearance we've seen from Lee Shewan here at the Super Series. We've seen some good stuff in his previous couple of appearances, but in terms of playing to this standard on a more consistent basis, it's probably the first time we've seen him reach the levels of this type of caliber here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As for Robert Rickwood, he's in that kind of perilous situation, which, as Chris rightly alluded to in the introduction to this game, he's going to be playing Group C darts on Thursday and Friday. And yes, you've got that bit of freedom now because you know where your fate is, and you've got, so to speak, nothing to play for in that regard. But because of that, it can also see that adrenaline which you build up to try and get yourself ready for the occasion course away, and that can then also dilute in the other direction.
100.
I do have some good news for you, Glenn, because in this game, it will be the long-awaited return of the tungsten
68.
teaser.
Oh, buzzing. How did I do?
Thanks, Glenn.
How did I do?
135.
Go for it then, Henry. Because I thought it was a great question, actually. I didn't get too far away.
140.
We'll give you the teaser in leg 2. Shewan first to finish on 153, which we saw him take out yesterday in his 4-2 defeat to Harry Ward. It was only the second highest finish in that match.
Much better from Rickwood here. And Shewan, who's had a 153 already.
93. Robert, your car 41.
This is where he's sort of lacked. He's had the opportunities.
9. Lee, your car 60.
This doesn't seem to be changing. And what's been hurting Robert Rickwood this week is that people against him have then been checking out on their finishes. Will that trend continue with 5-5?
50.
Not on this occasion.
Robert, your car 32.
So Robert Rickwood, you've put yourself in a winning position. Now execute the double. Take the smile away and get that anger inside you as you throw, because you're much better on the doubles than you do. And the problem with these two is they're really, really good friends. And you've got to put that to one side. I'd like to see a bit of steely determination in Rickwood rather than the joyful personality he's demonstrating this week. You can see that smile on his face. I'd like to see him experiment a little bit, ready to go into Group C tomorrow. Is he better with a little bit of anger inside him? Is he better kicking himself and not sort of engaging with the players more? Just experiment and use that day to do a couple of things like that way.
Is there anyone Robert Rickwood isn't friends with? He's just one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in darts. Great character. Real good character.
But it's not working this week, Henry, in a sense that try something different.
55.
I might be wrong. He might come out and be the joyous personality he is and blow away Group C tomorrow. And I hope he does. He's a great guy.
45.
Now then, tungsten teaser time. As Rickwood may tease us to the max.
121.
So, the tungsten teaser is this, to the 100. What was the combined average of the 30 averages we saw in yesterday's session across the 15 matches? I hate to say this, but I've got to give credit to Owen Binks, who got this bang on.
82.
So you want the average?
So add them all together.
Ah, right.
For the correct answer to the nearest 100.
Is he going to go for the bull? I don't think he is. He's just going to set it up, which is sensible. It's sort of bragging rights on the drive home. These games. They drove up together and took a wrong turn in. So they had a bit of banter with each other yesterday.
With your car 32.
With Shewan on double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
1-1. Nothing to separate them right now. And once again, every time I look up and look at the averages, once again, this time it's Shewan averaging 96.
Third leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
Have you had any moments like that where you may go on to an event
12.
or just you've had one of those moments where you've got lost, wrong turn in, that kind of thing?
Yes. And it was a lakeside. And they were shutting the
140.
What would be the last road? The M4, M3, M3.
M3 would be into that part of the world, yeah.
After the M25, and they were closing it at 9 o'clock. And honestly, we were 9:01. So then I had to go, and my sat nav was just trying to get me back on the. And in the end, we said let's just follow Camberley. Because we said we know that's close and just done old school and just headed that way. So yeah, we've had some. I remember going to the Dutch Open as well and no sat nav, thinking we knew where Veldhoven was. So,
85.
Yeah. If there's one book I'd love to read, it's Tony O'Shea, who said he's, the trials and tribulations, the life and times of a dart player, and he reckons he's 400 pages into it and
45.
Not a dart player yet. It's all about his life up until big dart. So that would be a book I'd love to read.
I want to see the other book which can't be published. Great personality, great player, Tony O'Shea. I know he tunes in every now and then, so if you're tuning in, Tony, very good. Just about good morning to you. Doing here. We'll be looking for the 16s here to
136.
set up perfectly for tops after 12. Averaging 101.37. He's doing it again to Robert Rickwood.
94, Leo Carl 40.
Tops. Oh, Robert, it's happening again to you. Shewan leads 2-1, averaging just under 102. And all Robert Rickwood can do is just shake his head and just try and go again.
$59. $100.
Yeah, we talk about bragging rights. Right at the moment, it'll be Lee Shewan will be doing all the talking going home. 2 wins out of 2 against his good friend.
100.
Shewan will be staying here Saturday night if one of them qualifies. So that's when your support of people who you're with around you can be absolutely fundamental for success.
And if that 64. Is the case that Shewan continues to win, he won't mind being led onto the wrong road.
Is it county this weekend? I always hope that the teams playing Hampshire will come and join us.
58.
I thought it was a fabulous crowd when Lancashire come down that time to watch Lisa.
It'd be a bit of a better time zone as well for them, because they can actually stay for the whole night 92. Instead of having to then nip off midway through.
$121.
Lee Shewan averaging over 98 now.
Hampshire take on Lincolnshire this weekend.
At Hampshire?
59.
Well, I'll get a message to Paula Jacqueline. If she fancies it. Did you ever see my video with the divorce
59.
with Des Jacqueline? Everyone thought I was getting divorced and I gave back the Lakeside trophy. Did you ever see that video?
Was that the one where you were on the motorway services somewhere?
I met him in the middle of where I lived and where he lived. Weatherby Services.
Nice services they are as well.
It's double 16, sorry.
88. Robert, your car 150.
3 bulls, Robert.
$80. Lee, your car 16.
2 8s to Shewan for 3-1.
No score. Robert, your car 70. $30. Lee, your car 16.
And that Robert Rickwood will just be thinking right now. I mean, sometimes, Henry, the tide changes. And all I seem to be saying is he's putting himself into winning positions and not hitting the doubles, waiting for that tide to change when all of a sudden he has a game.
12.
Lee Shewan probably feeling sorry for his friend. And that can happen when there doesn't seem to be that real desire there because
Game shot on the 4th
you're
leg.
up against
Robert
the mate.
Rickwood.
And there's the scratch of the head from both players because they know exactly the situation because they're desperate to win. You know, for Lee Shewan, he can get himself onto double points into 10 points here.
5th leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
And like I said, there's them bragging rights when you're playing a friend as well. And the 2-2. But the tail of the tape seems to be all week for Robert Rickwood. It's just them winning doubles. And if I was him, I'd get back in the practice room and just go around the board in doubles.
100.
Of course, you can get in touch with us here at the Super Series at MSS Darts. We want all your thoughts and observations, and maybe even a birthday shout. We might even get Owen Binks to sing happy birthday to you. Owen Briley, he's got in touch, just watching Rickwood against Shewan and can confirm it is county this weekend, and it's the War of the Roses.
Does that mean David Evans can bring me another duck?
140.
Lancashire up against Yorkshire this weekend. That's always, even now, a big, big game, isn't it, in the
60.
county scene. Hampshire taking on Lincolnshire, Lancashire up against Yorkshire. Big weekend of county darts, big week here at the Super Series, big weekend in just the whole of darts altogether. UK Open, Premier League.
100.
It's all going on in the world of tungsten.
Isn't it great for a dart fan?
60.
Lee Shewan, I can assure you, was thinking of them missed doubles and how a lack of concentration, a lack of desire in that last leg is potentially going to cost him the match. And Rickwood, who's been on this massive losing streak, would be absolutely over the moon. But I don't think he'll take much joy in the fact it's against Lee Shewan. But probably
leader through first. Game on.
I'm sure you'll help me with the numbers here before we. It's going to mean that Lee Shewan and Robert Rickwood are going to be in Group C.
Yeah, they're going to be playing Group C darts. Shewan with a win here would move on to 10 points after 13 games. He can still make it on to 14 points. However, there is a chasm in the averages between him and Harry Ward, and any win for Harry Ward would mean that he would stop Shewan and Rickwood in their tracks. Next up, Andy Bolton against Martin Adams. If Bolton wins that, he moves on to 16 points. He will be assured of Group B darts no matter what come the end of the day. It would also give Harry Ward the opportunity next out against Martin Adams. He will secure his place no matter what with a win in that particular dust-up.
I'm just seeing a more relaxed Lee Shewan now, a frustrated Lee Shewan. And I wonder if that's sort of good for his game right now, because that 140 85. There was sweet as a nut. He's throwing darts out of care in the world now, thinking, I should have been. You can just see that with that wry, that type of feeling he's doing right now. But I think he's better with a little bit of anger inside, a bit of fire in the belly.
We should be more onomatopoeic in commentary.
54. Leo car 139.
Sounds good. This may look good.
$127. Roll your car 142.
Yeah, he wanted 72 there. Went the safe option on the 20s. We are looking now. We're going all the way in this
Leo
game.
car 12. Game shot on the sixth
That's
leg.
exactly
Lee
where we're
Shewan.
going. It's probably a match that deserves 3-3. One went to shake hands and one went for a fist pump there. I think there's more chat in this game than there is in the comms box.
Seventh and final leg. Roberts to throw first. Game on.
They'll be taking our jobs, Glenn. Whenever Richard North's back here, we are in trouble because he will commentate on the game whilst he is playing.
85.
Yes, I haven't had the joy of seeing Northie here yet. One of my favourite players is Richard.
43.
You heard he's now a referee.
Oh.
He refereed County B at Hampshire a couple of weeks ago. Maybe give him a trial.
180.
Fantastic dart from Shewan, who seems to have awoken after that disastrous fifth leg.
100.
Good riposte from Rickwood, but it's advantage Shewan. There's the average in the tail of the tape. Shewan didn't feel like a 90-plus
80.
average. You just feel with a couple of scores here and there, it could have been close to that magical 100 average. A lot of players are striving for, but here comes Rickwood.
140. Leo car 156.
And just because the way that first dart was sitting
58.
there, the option to go down for the 19s could have left a two-darter, but it's still all to play for in this game. And that's a slack dart. He just doesn't know how to finish games off, Henry.
26. Leo car
becoming
98.
Attritional struggle. Rickwood yet to win today. He didn't win yesterday.
58. Robert,
So
your
it's
car
up handy, but can
148.
Rickwood provide something special to sign off a win? Another one of them. Almost giving himself a dart.
140.
A
Leo
double
car
14, but the 140 leaves him on double 4. If Shewan doesn't take out tops, 10s.
20.
And Rickwood is going to get his go. He's going to get his chance to get a W on the board.
And a nod of a head from Rickwood there. These are the opportunities he's been searching for. He's put himself in these positions, but they are wild. He looks to the heavens. He does a practice dart. Is this too long of a wait for double 2?
4.
He just didn't look
Leo
confident,
car
Henry.
20.
One left. He has to move across. The lower of the first two darts is awkward.
No score.
Very awkward.
Robert, your car 4.
As explained in Exhibit A, the third dart. And Robert Rickwood has a little bit of a smile and a laugh in the background, but it's a serious business
Game
of
shot on the
double
match,
2
Robert
to
Rickwood.
secure a win for Robert Rickwood by 4 legs to 3 against Lee Shewan. The relief and the smile as he gets a win on the board. 4 legs to 3. 80.27 the average, and so Robert Rickwood and Lee Shewan are Group C bound. They'll see each other on Thursday and Friday on their road to Super Series glories. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Andy Bolton is in action. He takes on Martin Wolfie Adams.
Welcome back. A big game now for the race in Group B as Martin Adams meets Andy Bolton. Fourth place Adams is 4 points behind both Bolton and Harry Ward. So a win for him here would see him close that gap to 2 and put him seriously in contention for Group B and its associated benefits. Bolton, though, would secure his spot in the evening sessions this week if he can take the points, as he has in both of their meetings already, for the loss of just one leg across those 2 games as well. Back to Henry and Glenn to talk you through Game 9.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, surely Andy Bolton can't continue playing so well and still be on 0 points. I think his mentality this week is, I've played very, very well in patches. I've just been up against somebody who's just been absolutely ballistic at times. For Martin Adams, I think he could do better. I think he'd be disappointed with the week so far, but he'll know more than anybody that, Group A doesn't win you Saturday night. It just means that potentially, depending on this game, he might have to go into Group C and do it the hard way. And what we mean by that is once again come back in the morning, but it's only 2 from 5 in what will be a very competitive group. But for me, it's all about Andy Bolton
First
this game and how he plays. He's got the darts. And he'll just want to cement second place right now, Henry.
Well, he's had his break between matches. Every player kind of tends to have a big break between matches in the 6-player group. So Bolton last played Game 5. We're now on to Game 9. So he's had a bit of a break. Now, his 2 averages today have been 97.34 and 95.73. And in both of those games, he has very respectable doubles ratio of 2 from 5, 3 from 9. But he hasn't been good enough for a point yet. It's staggering.
And Wolfie, who's been far from his best, has played 2-1-2.
137.
Someone once said it's a funny old game.
Well, but Rickwood said something to me yesterday when we had that conversation about averages. And someone went to him after a game once. And they asked him, what was your average? He said, I lost. Averages are a guide, but it's not the metric that wins your matches.
Yeah, that's anyone over the age of 50 would probably say that, but the modern way now, I'm trying to tell people that averages are usually also linked to your checkout percentages, because there's not an awful lot between the best in the world and the top 64 in the scoring areas. I mean, apart from the real elite of the Premier League elite players, but there's not an awful lot in the scoring power of someone like Andy Bolton and someone from top 16 downwards in the PDC. But for me, it's all about the finishing. And
59.
When people are getting percentages of 67%, 60 to 70% on the finishing, usually you can guarantee they're going to be averaging mid-90s to mid-hundreds. As Adams looked at 161. Oh, yes.
And that would have been his biggest finish in Super Series darts.
Yes, that's a bizarre stat that his highest is only 160. How many times has Andy Bolton missed the big number then went
68.
double?
Mario Kart 25.
I thought that was a Shewan for Bolton. It was 25 for Adams. 2 darts at 888.
Game shot on the first leg.
I can assure you, at his best, Martin Adams, he just never ever missed that type of finish. And 2 darters was just his strength. I don't think Martin Adams will ever say he was the biggest scorer in the world.
Game on.
Tough match player. Very difficult to beat, but so consistent. That's why this week in my commentary, when I've seen him drift into the 1s and 5s, it's just not like him.
If your life depended on a dart player winning a leg in 15 darts or fewer, you would go for Martin Adams, because the amount of times he has won games, won matches, won legs by going 15, by tunning and ton 40 himself down to the checkout zone over the years is frightening. The sheer consistency level that he still exudes, he still shows, especially here at the Super Series.
40.
People put him high up in the list of all-time great players.
Yeah, it's been a group A not to remember for Adams. I don't think he'll dwell on it, though.
55.
But he might have to change a couple of things coming back ready for tomorrow. And like I said, when everyone's on 0, And that's the dart. That is the dart. I've just not seen it before with Adams. That's what I'm used to seeing.
81.
I never like to chat with people, I mean, I did sort of ask every player for information about them, but I didn't bother these two players in front of you. I felt I had enough information on Andy Bolton. I've got all the stats in the world here from a website that I use, but Adams is not one you like to bother. And like I said, when you look at his CV, you know, with the website to look at shows
60.
you every competition, every dart they've thrown, every win. Martin Adams is just pages and pages and pages of success.
That's why we're now not allowed to use the printer to print off stats.
100.
Because if we did that for Martin Adams, we'll probably have a log jam.
Save the trees. When I look at him, I can't help but think of Lakeside. That's what's synonymous to him, and the decisions
60.
are made of staying in the
Andy O'Carr,
video.
146.
I don't think he'd ever admit his regrets, but do you know what? When I was watching Ross Montgomery last week, and Ross, I think, just as Andy Bolton looks at this 146, I think Ross Montgomery's beginning to enjoy the PDC.
138.
I think he's really
Andy
looking.
O'Carr, 160.
I thought he's played some of his best stuff I've seen for a long, long time, and he was sort of anti-PDC. I'm going to stay with the BDO, and he's flourishing right now. And what would have Adams done in the PDC, Henry?
55. Andy O'Carr.
No, we
8.
did see him in the PDC in 2001. He got to the semi-finals of the World Match Play. He had a deep one in the Grand Prix. He had that classic game with John Lowe, which might be a watch on YouTube at some point as Bolton goes for double two.
4. Martin
And
O'Carr,
you know what? It really
105.
wouldn't surprise you if this went.
If it is, it's going to be the hard way. There's the steam out the ears. Stinker.
65. Andy O'Carr, 4.
Don't expect Bolton to miss this.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Bolton.
I'm getting good at this commentary now, aren't I? Hey, how's my Does tips doing? Have they all lost yet?
Third leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
I say it'd be a bit like watching the Bow, but it's the complete opposite at the minute. Doing very well. How has Does tips got
100.
along?
Shewan Stone, highest checkout. Shewan. Oh, one up.
$100.
1 out of 1 so far.
One out of them.
Hopefully you'll help us out of our little ACCA game we've got on Saturday.
Yes, we earned a couple of quid at the quiz this week. And we'll put on a little ACCA. I've gone for Middlesbrough. You've gone for Bradford.
60.
Should have put it on Eastleigh. I think they're having a great season at the minute in the National League. Hard though to dislodge Wrexham and
100.
Notts County at the top of the table.
Yeah, Wrexham's been a phenomenal story, hasn't it?
Not as big as Matt Bloomfield leaving Colchester United to go to Wycombe Wanderers, mind.
I'm staring at you.
100.
Andy Bolton looks at 161. That's what you call
137.
set-up player. When you hear people talk about timing, that's exactly in what was potentially a close leg. That type of set-up player means he's potentially got 6 darts. He
60.
has got
Andy
6
O'Carr,
darts
24.
at this double 12 for a holder throw and to really get the grips of this match. And the 2 points he desires to really put a firm grip on that second place.
No score.
Well thrown dart, and hence the wry smile. We haven't seen the what does he call it? The juicy wiggle as much as normal today.
32. Under your car, 24.
Double six.
Game
The
shot on the
eclectic
third
mix
leg. Andy
for the
Bolton.
X Factor to lead Martin Adams by 2 legs to 1 here.
Fourth leg, Martin to throw first.
Great stage, isn't it? It's a great camera angle there of what the players are seeing from the balcony and what the crowd can see on Saturday night. Tickets are absolutely free at dartshop.tv. Crowds have been absolutely fantastic here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I can promise you that every single dart player appreciates your attendance, just to give that added spice of having a crowd to see darts like this.
They're both on a 9.
We might see Martin miss and Andy hit. I've never seen the like.
Oh, Rick was
100.
next door. He can't spake. Go on, Andy. Give us a bit of X Factor. Give us a little bit of X Factor. It's a no from me.
100.
You went all Louis Walsh on me there, didn't you?
There's only one direction that's heading in.
You look like a pop star. You sound like a pop star. There's Martin Adams once again.
31.
5s and 1s. Never seen the like. As Bolton tries to capitalise on that. And he certainly does with that treble 20 there.
140.
And that will feel good from the eye line. Andy Hughes throws a very high elbow, so that flight is above his eye when he throws here. So the handprint is really important as he's throwing that dart, and he will have loved them last 2 darts going in. The sort of went, the went in with sort of power,
81.
the timing sounds right. When you get that noise on the dartboard of that point hitting the, you know when you've thrown a good dart. And it's Bolt.
47. Martin Ricard, 145.
Adams, we're looking at treble 20. Glenn says nothing this time.
Now, Andy Bolton here is in that
121.
conundrum, split
Andy Ricard, 34.
or hit. Adams has left double 12. When he goes straight for the lesser spotted
Game shot on
double
the fourth
17,
leg. Andy
it's the
Bolton.
least utilised double on the dartboard. And Andy Bolton finds it here to open up a 3-1 lead with the darts now to seal a 4-1 success.
Fifth leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
He's doing it again, Andy Bolton. He's averaging 94, 93 and a half in this particular match. It would
100.
ironically be his lowest average of the day, but it could be the one that gets him the win. Darts is a silly game at times.
Well, we talked about Lee Shewan and Robert Rickwood. Are they going to be staying around together, even if one gets to the
100.
finals on Saturday? Well, Lee's partner Kirsty is driving from Fleetwood down to Portsmouth to bring him back for that match of Lancashire versus Yorkshire. No matter what happens. And who says County Darts is dead?
97.
I just hope Kirsty hasn't borrowed the map off of Robert.
Don't miss the Southampton turn. I still can't understand which turn they're talking about because I've never seen a turn off
I'm
at
wondering
Southampton.
why they've come. I'm wondering where they've come, because you should go M62, then a little bit of the M6, and then the
100.
M6 should mould into the M1, then the M25, and then you should come off at junction either 10 or 12 to get onto the A3 at Guildford, and then it should be a
96.
straight drive down from Guildford on the A3, then you move on to the A3M, and then you come off at junction 8 of the M275.
You've joined myself and Jerry McClarkson here on Top Gear. As Martin Adams is once again struggling
26.
a little bit, and there we go. Frustration for the great man, Andy Bolton. Just a little smile on his face there because I think he knows it's totally and utterly in his hands right now. A 140 here.
100.
And in 108 points, Andy Bolton may find his destination.
Very good. Might be seeing Wolfie go for the bullseye with the last... there's that 5, yeah. I think you've done the commentary for me there. He's been in the commentary boxes, Martin.
108.
I don't think I've had anyone as happy to be in a comms box with me as Martin.
Yeah, Andy's one of them few players who sticks with the 20s on 108. This is for the match.
76.
Level 16 upon his return, and all Adams can do is apply pressure. A shake of the head, a grimace. It's a note of resignation, but it's a note of frustration.
Andy O'Carr 32.
Bolton returns for the double 16 in 16 for 4-1 win to move him on to 16 points.
Game shot.
There's the winning double
Andy
from Bolton. And we will see Andy in Group B on Thursday night. He's had one of them weeks. At times he's been absolutely brilliant. He's maybe lost a couple of games he thought he could have won, but I think his game's in good shape. He could still play a major role come Saturday night. For Martin Adams, it's probably been a week to forget so far, and I highlight the word so far because there's still all to play for us. Martin is probably looking at Group C right now. There's still potentially can get to that Group B, but there's the tail of the table. Another 90+ average for Andy Bolton. He just continues to reel them off. And next up, the top of the table, Gary Stone against bottom of the table, Robert Rickwood. A big game for Rickwood, you feel?
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
And tickets for Saturday night are available, of course, for free. All you've got to do is go to dartshop.tv to secure yours. And we know one player that will be there, Gary Stone, already through, having won this group. One of a few things that is certain already in Group A. Andy Bolton has now booked his place in Group B following his win over Martin Adams before the break. And Lee Shewan and Robert Rickwood are definitely going to be playing their darts in Group C. Rickwood can, though, lift himself off the foot of the table before the end of the day, but it would involve a win against a man at the top of it. Stone, though, can be beaten. We saw that with Harry Ward getting the better of Gary Stone a couple of games ago. A first defeat even inflicted by Big H. And I'm going to hand you back to Little H to talk you through this one.
Cheers, Murph. Do you know what? I'll take that. I think I shall take that, Little H. Anyway, Chris Murphy doing such a splendid job in explaining there that I feel like he could do a job as a tour guide as well. I can just see him on the open top bus down Southsea Promenade just between sessions on a Thursday and Friday.
I thought you were going to say he could do as a good job as a commentator. I was going to say he could do a lot better than us, do you think?
I reckon Murph would be quite handy in the commentary box. I've heard he's done it once or twice before.
Your thoughts on this game?
I think if it goes to type from what we've seen today, this could be a heavy win for Gary Stone. But one thing you will get from Robert Rickwood is a man that will give absolutely everything with every dart he throws.
Well, I'm going to disagree because Duzz's tip here
60.
is Gary Stone to win by 4-2 or better, which probably means that Robert Rickwood wins 4-0.
Well, he started okay.
100.
Duzz's tips is 1 out of 1, but joking aside, make sure you're gambling responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
And if you're betting on Duzz's tips, be prepared to lose money.
Yeah, someone said, if I've got £10 on Duzz's tips at 6 to 1, how much do I win? I said, no, you lose £10.
100.
I just have the feeling we'll see the best of Robert Rickwood. Now I've done this, but Gary Stone, so impressive. I've waxed lyrical, my favourite 2 words, so much about him this week.
79.
What I didn't realise as a commentator is how much the players actually go back and watch the fantastic social media reports of the day of MODUS Super Series and listen to what we've got to say. And he said, I've heard what you said. I know the mistakes I make and I'm trying to correct them. But what he has demonstrated this week
65.
is what a phenomenal game he has got. But that's just half the battle, that, Henry. Because then you've got to go and work on your game, work hard. We talked about someone like Connor Scott who's working 8 hours a day on your game. It's what works for you as a player. That you'll get the benefits. And I know I went from here to here by practicing 5 or 6 hours a day.
55. Robert, your car 131.
Do you reckon he'll be tuning in right now? As it goes to the 131.
Yes, that's the preferred route these days, isn't it? The tops following the treble 17.
49.
I just think if he'd have played it simple there and make Gary Stone hit the 102. I am boring, but what I'm trying to say there is if Robert Rickwood had just gone the traditional route, maybe hit a 99 and set up a 32 finish.
54. Robert, your car 82.
But all this tops is not for me unless your opponent's on a single dart double. He's got away with that first dart because he's got a dart at the bull, and that
57.
If you're wondering what he's smiling at, he smiles most times, but he's just peppering the wire on doubles.
$28.
And does his tips has probably put Gary Stone right off.
2 8s. They're looping to the side a little bit, aren't they? Rickwood's darts. Look at how they're entering the board.
20.
I know he likes it chasm to the side anyway, but that is a pronounced lean as the dart goes into the board as Gary Stone takes the lead by a leg to 0. That dart straight into the intended target, but you know, sometimes you see it just move slightly across, but Rickwood's darts are entering at quite the sizable side angle. You might be able to see it with the overhead shot possibly at some point in this match.
And that could be down to his grip, but it's obviously to do with the point of release, that maybe the full extension of the arm not going through. We've talked about the follow through, and sometimes when you throw them with fear, but Sometimes
96.
when you're thrown on an angle like that, it can just be the way you're holding the dart. But when he's letting go there, can you see how he's got that little judder? I just think if that's a little bit smooth and he's following through with our arm, because
43.
it's a fairly simple game if you can just follow through that arm. And Gary Stone hasn't got the perfect follow through for me, but absolutely works
100.
absolutely wonderfully well for him. But just watch this little judder as he brings that dart back. And his arm is on an angle there, but
60.
it'll just be, you know, lack of confidence as well. You know, he's took a bit of a beat in the past couple of days. I mean, I was hoping after
95.
that win over his good friend Lee Shewan, it could just come now and settle him, because what would be fantastic for Robert Rickwood now would be a little couple of 100 averages going into tomorrow. Just something that what he remembers coming in when everyone's on 0 points
83.
tomorrow is beating Lee Shewan and then going up there and defying the and beating Gary Stone, where, you know, everybody's tipping Gary Stone to win this game comfortably.
174.
And that would be my mentality, but it just doesn't seem to be working for Robert right now.
The Dundas has given Stone the opportunity to throw for 13 dart leg. Double 18 is what
82.
he's left after 12.
Gary O'Carr, 36.
With 2-0 lead. The break of throw and full command of this match.
18.
It must be the worst transition in dart from double to double, the double 18 to the double 9. I always sort of say go big on the double 18. Actually hit the black bit first. Give yourself that little bit of a marker, because going across
58.
the double 9, then you get into the realms of
O'Carr,
leaving double
18.
4, double 2. So, and here we go. This hasn't been vintage Stone so far.
Game shot on the second leg. Gary Stone.
But he just seems to be head and shoulders above the pack at the moment. And even despite his first loss this week and not playing great right now, I already think he's thinking of Saturday
Third leg,
night.
Gary to throw first.
He's probably
Game
putting
on.
his plans together of what he does between this final dart going in today and then coming back in tip-top shape on Saturday. Some players that take 2 days
57.
off, Henry. He might just go to the local pub, or he might have a board with him and, you know, just keep his arm going. So it'd be interesting to maybe find out, if you interview him on Saturday night, Henry,
85.
what he did.
Last time he got through in Southampton, he was there the same week as his good friend Anthony
100.
Dundas. So they spent a little bit of time together between sessions when obviously Anthony was working and Gary just doing bits to split the day up. And it's that sort of management you need to work.
And he's that side on view.
41.
Now, that last dart I really liked to Robert, but the second dart would give me the indication of why his darts are going on at a funny angle. I mean, Gary's just smooth as silk right now. He's feeling good about himself.
100.
Whereas if you watch Robert, he's beating himself up there. He's practicing darts there. He's possibly overthinking a little bit. But you can just say, now, that was perfect for him. These are the 2 great darts. Oh, so the timing wasn't probably great on that one,
100.
because that's probably 3 of the best darts he's thrown. And quite simply for me, he was just following through. He was just throwing a dart. He wasn't overthinking it. He wasn't pulling
80.
out halfway through the throw. He wasn't grabbing the next dart quickly. They're good darts. Now look at that follow through. Now on the second dart for me, on the second dart,
125.
he
Gary
edged
O'Carr,
forward. Do you remember I said look at the
164.
nose? And he was heading forward, a la John Henderson.
Can that action just click back into place when just sometimes you don't even think about it, you
92.
can just
Robert
click and
O'Carr,
but you
150.
find your way again.
He's just one of them players. He's got a wonderful A game. But his B game is rubbish.
83. Gary O'Carr, 72.
But he's got an A game. If he got there Saturday night, he could do absolutely amazing, because he's just got that. I've seen his averages, they're
52. Robert
staggering
O'Carr,
at times.
67.
He's a great player. He just doesn't know how to win really ugly. And as demonstrated there, because he's going to have to look at the bullseye for 2-1.
42.
And when your luck's not on
Gary
your
O'Carr,
side as well,
20.
that's also what happens. I'm feeling for him. I so want Robert Rickwood to win this game.
Double 5 for Stone
Game
for
shot on the third
3-0.
leg. Gary Stone.
3-0 it is to the Granite Scot, who is looking to make his record in this group. Played 14, won 13. Well, that's lucky for some. Remember, next up
Fourth leg,
after
Robert to throw
this,
first.
Martin
Game on.
Adams against Harry Ward. Well, if Harry Ward wins that, then everything will be settled. All the lands would be laid.
38.
Because Harry Ward would move on to 16 points, would stop Martin Adams from claiming a Group B plate.
All that's missing in this match is the 100th
95.
180 of the week. I think it would only be right for Gary Stone to get their accolade.
Second vid at the leg. Robert Rickwood's gone down to the 19s.
59.
What do you intonate from that?
I absolutely loved it as a player. If I was stood behind him and a player went to the 19s, I would be absolutely buzzing.
81.
Because you know they're fighting internally with themselves and not happy with the game. I'm feeling it for him. I know what it's like. My past 2 years of my darting life, I'm Robert Rickwood right now,
41.
where everything feels really difficult. Throwing a dart feels hard. I can talk a good game now, but when I get up there, I'm throwing exactly like Robert, where he's sometimes
60.
thrown with a little bit of fear. But what was interesting, if he goes back and has that highlight, that side view that we looked at with that beautiful 100 that he scored, his throw looked beautiful. It's in there. It's just got to come out.
85.
And you can see him just fighting with himself. Being there. And on 265, Gary sensibly going downstairs on the 19s.
57.
We're just missing that desired treble there. And there's Gary trudging away. And that's everything I hate about Gary Stone, because he's been blooming marvellous.
One thing you say about Robert
100.
Rickwood is he's one of those players that, and similar to Martin Adams in this respect, that will go into whatever group they go into on the Thursday and Friday, and what happened here would have been a moment of the past. It won't be something they'll dwell upon going into Thursday and Friday. So I'd imagine a fresh Robert Rickwood tomorrow, with a fresh mind, a fresh slate, as Gary Stone gets the 100th maximum of the week. And it sets him up for double 14 for the match, for a 4-0 win.
And this is
60.
2 out of 2
Gary
on
O'Connor,
Does' tips.
28.
And Gary Stone, the man of the moment. Absolute granite of a week for double 14. What a demolition job on Robert Rickwood.
21.
Just the wrong side of the wire.
118.
Will it be a case of 118, 118, got your number? Have you got his number?
78.
No.
Gary O'Connor, 7.
Twos never lose.
3. Robert O'Connor, 40.
Gary Stone, who seemingly doesn't lose in this group, couldn't find the twos for the win. And so Rickwood now to pull a leg back once tops. And now 10s. One left in hand.
30.
Maybe, just maybe,
Gary
saving
O'Connor,
all these
4.
doubles for Group C for Robert Rickwood. He just wants to get off that stage right now as Gary Stone looks at double 1.
Game, shot,
And there's
and
the
match.
double 1 that he
Gary
needs.
Stone.
It's a 4-0 demolition of Robert Rickwood, who's got his own points. He's telling you there he's slipping to the right-hand side. For Gary Stone, you would just think he'd lost 4-0 there, but he's setting himself really high. Chances there, but Gary Stone won't be. It's not a tail of the tape that I'll go across too much there. It's just all about the victory there. 4-0 to Gary Stone. Robert Rickwood concerns continue. Next game's huge. For third place, it's Martin Adams and very informed Harry Ward. I'm really looking forward to that one. Back after the short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're 10 games deep into today's play and 40 games have been played in Group A. And after the next one, everybody could know where and when they will be playing for the rest of the week. After the next leg, in fact, that scenario would occur if Harry Ward, undefeated today, carries on his charge with a win, or even if he wins just one leg against Wolfie Martin Adams here. If that is the case, Ward would secure a Group B berth alongside Andy Bolton, but a 4-0 win for Wolfie, and he remains in the hunt. Just on hand to guide you through each dart are our dynamic duo of Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yes, thank you, Murph. The guy in the picture is the informed player from late Monday when he won his first game. And since then, the trajectory's just gone up and up and up. And it couldn't happen to an icier guy. And no introduction needed to that man in your picture, Martin Adams, who's probably had a week to forget so far. But will I be saying that on Saturday night, if and when he picks up that £5 prize? Because the MODUS Super Series does come up with some amazing stories, some bounce-back ability stories, and that's the kind of story right at this moment Martin Adams will be looking for, because it just hasn't really worked for him. But tomorrow's a new day, a new group, and a new morning. And for Harry Ward, how dangerous is he looking right now? And if he wins this game, he will be entering the favoured Group B for two reasons.
First leg is
One,
Martin
I
to
think
throw
the
first.
players will prefer playing on a night.
Game on.
And two, there's a scenario that's a group of 5, and 3 of them will go through to Saturday night.
As Murph rightly explained in the introduction to this game, there is a 15-leg swing between the two players in terms of legs difference. There's now just 2 games left, so the
41.
highest possible swing now is 16 legs. So if Harry Ward wins a leg against Martin Adams, that is enough because of the swing in
97.
terms of deficit and time that would be left. Now, if you're Harry Ward, you don't really want to know about that, do you?
He won't have a clue, because I don't think I'd worked out that to the exact leg
60.
difference. And I think he's got that mentality right now, is whoever you put in front of me, I'm going to beat. I mean, he's unbeaten today. You know, he's got Lee Shewan and Martin Adams to come, and he'll probably feel that 5 out of 5. And what
140.
a dangerous animal that makes him come tomorrow. And we'll probably start talking a little bit about Group B and the Group C and the players we can be looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the
100.
lineup. So we know that in Group B, we're going to see Alan Tappen, Ryan Palmer and Scott Walters, whereas Group C will contain Kevin Dowling, Mike Norton and Scott Taylor. Now,
85.
the Group C sessions will be a part of our morning package here at the Super Series. You can tune in from 9:30 a.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, whilst the evening sessions Group B is from 10 o'clock, same places to watch that. And if you are tuning in via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, do give us a subscribe, because on top of the live coverage that we bring you
59.
live here 6 days a week, there's also bonus
160.
behind the scenes content, which includes highlights reels, which may see this as a part of it. I hope not now after the single one.
30. Out of your car, 120.
But we may see the Shanghai from Big H, commentated by Little H.
56.
Big H,
Martin,
Little
your
H
car,
cardboard box.
130.
Any thought of him going for 16s there to leave a 3-darter rather than staying on there for the 2-darter? As Adams need the treble, he can't do it. And what I'm saying now is, if
58.
Harry stayed on the 20s
64.
bed, he would have had a 2-dart finish. But 64, unless he can hit the treble 16, of course he can. The double 8.
48. Martin, your car, 72.
Just peppers that way, and this is usually meat and drink for someone like Martin Adams. It just hasn't been the case this week. He's going to have a dart at tops.
32. Out of your car, 16.
High, wide and handsome. As the informed Ward just peppering that wire. Now with a little sign of concern.
8. Martin, your car, 40.
And so tops for Adams.
Game shot on the first
To get over the
leg.
line in the
Martin
first
Adams.
leg, it was scrappy when it came to the outer ring in the end. But it is Wolfie who leads by a leg to nil. Well, he's still alive in the contest. Remember,
Second
he
leg
has
Andy
to
through
win
first. Game
by
on.
4 legs to nil. Have any chance at Group B darts. There's a 15-leg deficit going into this
140.
game. Well, that's now been reduced to 14. Remember, with 2
80.
games to go, the highest possible swing to keep yourself in favour is 16, so that's why he's got to win the lot, and then he's got to hope for other
131.
scenarios to relay in certain directions as well. We'll give you the full ins and outs should we get there. It is Abacus Day at the Super Series after all.
And thanks to Tristan on Twitter.
85.
I think he's having a bit of a tongue twisted himself. Time for MSS darts. Does a 180. Nothing is written in stone, apart from Stone winning this week's of darts.
140.
Will it be Stone who wins on Portsea Island? May get the badge in. You may get the max in, Wolfie.
140. Adiokar 90.
And the fact that Martin's on 196, you will see him go for the 18's bed. Doesn't quite work for him here.
74.
But that last dart makes him a massive favourite for this leg. And just to make it clear, Harry Ward just needs the 1 leg. And then he will be in Group B alongside Andy Bolton. And that whets the appetite for... That's a phenomenal group when you look at its strength and depth all the way through.
67. Adiokar 16.
Double 8 for Harry Ward. On the wire again. He had similar issues in the previous leg.
No score.
And it's deja
Martin
vu
O'Connell,
here. Is Martin Adams going to mop
129.
up by taking out the 129?
If he knows he only needs 1 leg, he'd be super frustrated because every single dart has been well thrown at that double 8. And surely this time,
34. Adiokar 16.
I think he's someone who gets too disappointed and just goes through the same process. Unbelievable. Every way you
Game
go.
shot on the second leg. Harry Ward.
Well deserved, Harry Ward, and that means one thing. We will see Andy Bolton and Harry Ward in Group B on Thursday night. Martin Adams will be in Group A alongside Lee
Third leg
Shewan
Martin to throw
and
first.
Robert
Game on.
Rickwood.
Right, it's all settled now, Glenn. Nothing else can be decided. There's a nice Italian down the road. Shall we go and get some lunch?
Is that all the time? Lunch? Someone mentioned Carvery.
140.
We can get in. It might be lunchtime off for a clock.
Tight. Very,
58.
very tight.
Not the food I've ate the last few weeks. We'll let Murph finish the show off, shall we?
60.
We'll bring him a takeaway. That fair deal?
Ooh, what takeaway? What is your favourite? You've got me into
Now-
tie now.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Yes, that is some experience, isn't it?
140.
For me, I've got a golden rule where Indian is better in a restaurant, Chinese is better as a takeaway. But for me, that
I like that.
It's a good rule, isn't it?
That's a good rule. I might nick that.
Feel free.
As Adams dropping low on every
60.
single dart at the moment. It usually means tension and anxiety, but I don't think there'll be any tension right now because he knows he hasn't got nothing really to play for. It's just all about integrity and professionalism right now, which
133.
should be in Martin's middle names. The most professional dart player you'll ever want to meet. An icon, but every single dart is dropping low. Just the timing hasn't been right as he's pushing that dart through. But the problem was then if you push it too
38.
hard,
Adiokar
you can then
170.
slide him into 5s and 1s.
$59.
Slow burner. 171 would be nice here for Mr. Adams. It's not to be right now. And Harry Ward just needs to stay focused, stay concentrated.
45.
Keep getting these wins,
111.
Winning just breeds confidence. And when he comes back tomorrow night, as he looks at this tops,
Game shot on the
that's
third
the
leg.
kind of finishing
Harry
which
Ward.
makes you feel great as a dart player. And a break, a throw as well. Everything seems to be going right for that man in there. He didn't panic on Monday, Henry. He played 4, lost 4 at one stage, and I did worry. He was going to be left behind at the races. And here he is now, very close to 16
100.
points. And with one game to go, finishing on potential 18 points. He'd have took that on Monday afternoon, that's for sure.
We always thought with Harry Ward it was going to be a process as the week goes on. It's most certainly proving to be the case here, as we see him get back to the sort of levels that saw him win a Players' Championship
85.
event before he then decided to make a bit of a break from the game. And a reminder that Harry Ward is yet to be beaten today. He got the bit of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2. As he piles in his first max of the match, the first max of the match.
Did you see the nod of appreciation as well? He knew he threw them darts well. When a dart when it goes and leaves your hands and you know it's going
55.
exactly where you want it to go, it's a great feeling when you get that timing and everything right. And that nod of appreciation. Now all of a sudden that treble 20 opens up the size of a bucket.
180.
And all of a sudden I think, the game's so easy.
It just looks so good when it's played like this.
100, 180, 180, but is still not satisfied.
67. How do you car? 41.
I want a 9, double 16 and 2 darts. I will be tied.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Fantastic darts, Harry Ward. A wonderful young man. Deserves all the plaudits, all the credit he's getting. He's just one of them genuine, nice people. But he's got that steely determination right now, Henry. And that's a dangerous combination.
Game on.
I wonder if at some point this week, if there's a little bit of time, we can actually have a full sit-down conversation with Harry, because I think there's such an interesting story there. We kind of got glimpses of it on that Monday morning interview he had with Andy Bolton, obviously
100.
with time restraint, first thing in the morning at the top of the show to go fully in depth with the players, but we can scratch certain surfaces. But it'd be
58.
great if we could have maybe a full sit-down interview with Harry and really talk things through, because there is so much to pack in about the last 18 months or so. And I think that the key thing is this word,
41.
enjoyment. And when you watch him in and around the venue, when he plays, that is most certainly something that you think that he exudes.
Can you see my notes there? Right in capital letters at the bottom. Enjoying. That's what he's saying about his game right now. You know, the lofty heights of winning a Pro Tour and winning an Ali Pali against Madaj Razma, but it feels like he's starting afresh again right now, but he's just got that enjoyment back. And this week, we said it from day one, he could get better as the week goes along. We're not always right, but when you're pinging 180s like this, that's his third in a leg and a half. It's absolutely outstanding. And imagine if he's doing this on Saturday night, because that's what Saturday night's all about. Forget the fact that Gary Stone's gone 13 wins out of 14. Everyone
100.
starts from scratch Saturday night. And when you've got that in your armoury where you can ping 180s for fun and do 12 darters like Harry's demonstrating right now, all of a sudden you start thinking of that prize, and what it would do for his career right now would be tenfold.
And he had a 12 dart in the previous leg. He's on for 14 here to another rallying win. The average 93.5 at this present moment in time. 3 maximums en route.
$81.
Superb setup play. And it's a must-hit 117 for the Wolfman. As Wolfie hits the treble. It's a fat 17. One dart to tops, you feel it's the save for the match.
97.
Once again, whenever he needs tops, predominantly he goes low.
Game, shot.
And Harry
match.
Ward
Harry
seals a
Ward.
4-1 success, and he continues in the vein that we've seen from him over the last couple of days. That time, the average 92.5. He is going through the card here. 4 from 4 for him today, as he gets the better of Martin Adams by 4 legs to 1. 4 out of 14 on the doubles. That was helped by a few missed doubles in the opening leg, but a 111 high checkout, 3 maximums, 92.5 average. This is brilliant from Harry Ward here at the Super Series. So, the final game of the 4th round sees Lee Shewan against Andy Bolton, and we're going to watch that in your company after this short break.
Next up here at the MODUS Super Series, it is Fleetwood's Lee Shewan against Andy Bolton, the X-Factor, who will be joining Harry Ward in Group B tomorrow night. That's after Big H got another big W, beating Martin Adams 4-1 before the break to remain on course for a clean sweep today. The last person to beat Harry was Andy Bolton yesterday, and the one person he has left to play today is Lee Shewan. That pair are about to play each other here. Bolton has won both of their meetings this week and is looking for the hat-trick. So to talk you through match 12 of today's 15, it's back to Glenn and Henry.
So much, Chris. Yes, it's a case of both players are nice and relaxed now. They know exactly what their fate is. So just throw your best darts. It sounds really simple, doesn't it? But the professionals, the competitiveness inside of you just wants to win the game. And that's when the nerves and the tension can come into your game. But it would be great if both of them could just let themselves off the leash and play their most fantastic games. Let's see what happens in this circumstance. You've got to fancy Bolton. But Lee Shewan at times this week has really shown me what he's all about. He's going to county darts this week, Lancashire, Yorkshire, despite whatever happens this week. Whether he wins it on Saturday night, he'll be heading down to Yorkshire for the War of the Roses.
But who's going to win the war on the stage? It's the two men in blue. It's all blue on the stage, being refereed by the huge Reds fan that is Paul Hinks.
So we'll be watching West Ham versus Man U tonight. Me and Paul Hinks sharing a pot noodle.
60.
I think we've got one pot noodle left and one porridge left between us.
Who gets the fork?
I get the spoon.
100.
We will not be doing, I don't think that'll be part of the bonus content.
80.
But he's going to have a latte.
He did have a latte this morning, courtesy of Owen Binks.
Yeah, I've just seen that on Twitter.
Actually paid for the lattes this morning, did...
400?
Yeah.
I didn't think he had money.
60.
I've known him for 6 weeks now, isn't it? 2 months. Never seen him get a penny out yet.
The only pounds he's lost is in the
60.
gym, but then he managed to find a way of finding them again.
You owe me a coffee on Saturday night, by
I
the way.
do owe you a copy. I might buy you something a little bit stronger after the session.
I'm not going home this time.
140.
I'm off to Target Darts on Monday. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to seeing the team. Had a chat with them this morning. I might be getting involved as well and
60.
talking to some of the academies as well. So it's a type of role I want to sort of be doing more. And I want to give something back to the game, give something back to the younger players, and still have that
100.
hope that my game will come back. And I've got a couple of ideas of the type of dart that I'd like to use. I've been using the Dimitri van den Berg dart, you know, with the little bulbous end that he used very early.
Your car 101.
So I just want it not as aggressive as that, maybe just a little bit thinner, the dart. So, and Target Darts will always deliver us. Bolton looks a double 16 to deliver.
Game shot on the first leg.
That is
Andy
what it's all
Bolton.
about. Absolutely superb play, and he looks relaxed right now. And what was interesting there, without the relaxation, he hasn't been sort of flexing his
Second leg Andy to throw
shoulders
first.
this
Game
time. And I'm just wondering, now he's probably got no nerves in his body. He's probably not feeling the aches and pains that he's been doing generally through the week.
137.
Could it also be down to an acclimatisation of the conditions, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on in today's coverage?
Absolutely, I think it's
98.
he'll be learning on the job, and I tell you what, it'd be super dangerous if he doesn't win it on Saturday night when he comes back the next time, because he knows the format, he knows the stage, he knows the layout and the challenges, his strengths, his weaknesses, and he'll put all that together and, you know, come back as he is a potential winner of the Champion of
96.
Champions, which is a crazy statement in Champions Week, and he hasn't even qualified yet, but that's how good that player is in Andy Bolton. He is one of the best players to be at the MODUS Super Series this year.
140.
This Champions Week already is going to be tough. John Worsey was unbelievable week one. Owen Bates, one of the best young talents I've seen for a long time. And he had a class and name writes for itself.
162.
Well, that speaks for itself.
Yeah, Owen Bates could barely win a game 2 years ago on the development tour when I was doing a bit of me prep. And he's just flown, hasn't he, in the past 24 months?
I like every bit about him, not just on the hockey, but
93.
off
Andy
the hockey as well.
106.
We've just had a 101 from Bolton as he looks at treble 18.
50. Leo car 170.
And the cobbler, find a fish. 170. It's not a fisherman's friend this time.
132. Under your car 56. Game shot on the second leg. Andy Bolton.
Very tidy finishing from Andy Bolton. And finishing a time has been the cobbler's Achilles heel. And that's the difference in this game so far.
Third leg leader through first. Game on.
Andy Bolton looks very at peace in this game. Not showing any signs of distress, just putting on a very,
54.
very professional performance.
$40.
And can I add 2 out of 2 on Dus's tips today?
Indeed you
Waiting on
can.
the most 180s for Andy Bolton against Robert Rickwood.
$95. 137. 60.
Yeah, the match has just gone into a little bit of a lull. And this is the time to really hurt your
22.
opponent. 22 is not going to do that. That's advantage Shewan in this one from 301. That's the way I would treat it. We're playing a 301 game. And I've got the darts because these elite players from that sort of area, they should be winning games. So many practice games that players played before Pro Tours, 170 and 6 darts, 101 finishing.
Thank you.
Blaming Chris Murphy there. He must be talking to himself on the balcony because he's the only one up there.
98.
Sometimes you can hear certain things go past. So sometimes if the practice room door opens and they might be in the middle of the conversation, there's a toilet cubicle just outside the practice room
45.
door, but they have to come into the auditorium to head into that direction. Sometimes if the players are in the mid-conversation of the practice room and the door accidentally opens and they're coming back from that
55.
point, sometimes you can hear one or two little murmurings. Those sorts of things do unintentionally happen. No malice, of course, at all meant by it.
I made that 4 par yesterday.
And your car 149.
Yeah, I made that 4 par yesterday. I opened the door and I was talking to the guys in the... But we do have someone who's looking at a chaplain who's looking after the players, and I was rightly told, shut up, Durant. There's a game on. And Shewan looks at 2 darts at tops, double 10.
Game shot on the third leg, Lee Shewan.
Fantastic darts from Lee Shewan, just quietly and effectively getting on with his job. Just chatting with Lee Shewan yesterday, he's already thinking of sort of tomorrow and correcting the wrongs.
Andy to throw first, game on.
I think he's the type of person, good people around him, and he's got Kirsty coming tomorrow as well. He'll understand the positives and he'll be working on the
60.
negatives, because I still think he's got a big part to play in this week.
Agreed.
85. 44.
Reminder that we will enter the final round of matches following the completion of this encounter. You'll see Martin Adams round off his Group A campaign against the man who's won the group in Gary Stone.
100.
Then we're going to see Andy Bolton in action. He takes on Robert Rickwood. And then we are going to finish with the game between Harry Ward and Lee Shewan. I think that could be a little bit special.
100.
Then a manic few days of darts begins. We'll have 2 sessions here tomorrow. We'll have the Premier League tomorrow night, jam-packed in the middle of it. And then Friday,
59.
it is the day of chaos in the world of darts, because we'll begin at 9:30 and we'll also have an afternoon of darts courtesy of the UK Open.
Yes, but the place to be is the
59.
live lounge on Saturday night. And you can be here where the tickets are absolutely free. Simply go on dartshop.tv and come and make Saturday night, where we'll be giving out
45.
a prize of £5,000 to the winner and a place in Champions Week. And I just think, Henry, when you get to the Thursday, you start thinking about Saturday then, don't you? It's
100.
like I said, Gary Stone's already in Saturday night now, and things start slotting into place, and that's when the excitement rises for me, that's for sure. I do enjoy the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It was something you mentioned earlier, where you get to know the players a little bit
23.
more. You get to see them on the hockey,
And your car 138.
but also we get the chance of seeing them in the players' area, and you just start to build relationships with players, and I just think it sort of kicks in from there as Andy Bolton looks at treble 80 for double 12. And that would have been for his biggest
126.
finish of the week. The Della. I sat with Keith at the seniors last week, chatting about cruises.
81.
So I don't talk too much. I'd spending money like that when my wife was listening, as Bolton looks at double 6.
6. Leo Carr 108.
That'll be disappointing as Lee Shewan walks for 108. Now, as a double 16 player, I'd anticipate him going down the 19s bed, but upstairs he stays. And when you're a double 16 man, Henry, I would always think that you've got 2
60.
darts to hit a
Andy
treble
O'Connor,
19
6.
to leave your desired double 16. Andy Bolton. Will he go straight for double 3? After hitting double 17 earlier, I think he will do.
Game shot on the 4th flag.
And that's a
Andy
fabulous
Bolton.
start because the difference, Henry, between 3-1 and 2-2, as you rightly know, is absolutely massive.
It's the difference between game on and game over. And if you look at the scoring power pack, if we
leader through first.
had to take
Game
a
on.
look at that. Me and Chris Mason were talking last week about this brand new phrase which you're going to introduce at the Super Series. It's called tunning into
100.
submission. Now, in terms of the ton scores, Andy Bolton's got 9, Lee Shewan's got 4. Just by tunning and tunning and tunning and tunning, you're working your way down to a finish.
60.
You're giving yourself opportunities. And that's what we mean by tunning yourself into submission, because in the other categories, there's not much to really separate the players apart from that.
125.
My only defence to that would be I was very much a treble 19s man on the 2nd or 3rd dart, so the 96 and the 97, so they don't get recorded. I think the most statistic,
100.
you can look at all the statistics in the world, and you know what we're getting here as commentators is absolutely phenomenal here, but it's Andy Bolton 3, Lee Shewan 1 we've got to remember, and that's the most important one.
140.
As Robert Rickwood would say, what's your average? I lost.
Anyone over age 50 will say that. It's just this modern way of averages now, and that's
Leo Carr 136.
the pantomime that is the Premier Leagues, the everything that we're doing now. It's numbers mad as Lee Shewan sets up this 136.
100.
It was a dangerous last start there because he had to go through a couple of that could have easily ricocheted away, but it's looking like 3-2.
121.
That's a lovely set off from
Leo
Andy
Carr
Bolton after a
36.
disappointing first dart, but it's in the hands of Lee Shewan for a nice 13
Game shot on the
darter.
5th flag.
And
Lee
with the
Shewan.
darts, that is very, very hard to beat. At times, Lee Shewan this week has been absolutely fantastic. And I just think the word consistency for Lee Shewan, if he's going to get through to
Looks like
Saturday
Andy
night
to throw first. Game on.
and win it, that's the one thing he should be practicing on. I do have a simple philosophy on consistency. I won't give too much away.
140.
But just keeping their arms straight is the most important thing. And I've got 1 or 2 drills and routines that I try to give to people to. They've got the confidence
58.
where they're not swaying into the 5s and 1s, and like you've just said, then tunning them into submission. I always think 100's a great score. That's the perfect dart for me. That's begging for a treble.
100.
Sometimes people can just stare that treble 20 out so much that you're making your target that much smaller. I used to always try to
97.
pretend that dart ball was like a piece of pizza and just open up the target a little bit. Whenever I went for the bullseye, I created a 3rd circle around that 25, because the bigger the target you're aiming for,
59.
I always found the better then if that bullseye would pop out the board. If that red bit, that meant you were focused at the same time, and that combination then of aiming for a big target
59.
and the focus, that's what would work for me.
Pineapple on pizza?
Absolutely, it's my favourite.
Is it?
It's my favourite. My favourite pizza is a
46.
Hawaiian.
Oh, interesting.
My wife's is margarita. Boring. Tomato and cheese.
And that does a pizza.
Yeah.
100.
Well, that was all the toppings for Shewan.
56.
Sensational darts from Shewan. He's right back. There's absolutely nothing in the stats in this game. All Bolton can do now is set up this 1-5. So that's going to be tricky to get a treble
60.
from there.
Leo Carr 107.
And all of a sudden, it's advantage Shewan because 107 is very gettable. Treble 17. How is that treble on the floor going to affect him? He does the right thing and resets. It's all about that green bit on the treble 17. Not this time. So it's Andy Bolton with a
47.
possible
Andy O'Connor,
2-dart
96.
combination finish for the match. Not a great marker. So what's he going to do from here? He's actually stayed on that bed. So all he can do now is
56.
leave
Leo Carr
tops.
60.
But Lee Shewan's going to have 2 darts at that tops. And the way that dart's sitting up, Henry, just having to move across the bed, move across the hockey. This is not easy.
Game shot on the
He
sixth
just
leg.
snucks
Lee
it
Shewan.
right in that 16. I think Andy Bolton wasn't sure how close that was. Well, it was right in the corner, Andy. And more importantly, a breaker throw, and it's Lee Shewan's
7th and
darts in the
final
last
leg.
leg.
Lee to throw first. Game on.
I think what's really important for Lee Shewan here, Henry, is just this is the platform for tomorrow. Can he go back to his room tonight and relax, knowing his penultimate game of the day he's won, and then that big
58.
blockbuster game against the informed Harry Ward as well. So there's still plenty to play for today in the psyche of the game, in the mindset of ready for Group C tomorrow.
118. $125. 81. 60.
Well, that 60 there has just opened the door up once again for Andy Bolton in this leg.
92.
As you were.
Yeah, it's always that question of whose position would you want to be in here? 40 behind with the darts.
100.
And that last star could make all the difference. That 158, which was a real turning point this week. Was it Harry Ward who got the 158?
Against Lee Shewan.
Yeah, I thought it was the turning point for him. But look,
138.
there's
Leo
the setup play for Andy Bolton.
158.
Wow. The
Game
158
shot and
finish
the
for
match,
Harry
Shewan.
Ward in the beginning of the week was a catalyst for him to really kick on. And look at that smile on the face of Lee Shewan. A very enjoyable game, that match play at its finest. Andy Bolton, who's been in terrific form for many parts of this week. But for Lee Shewan, that could be the platform for him now to kick on. Nothing to separate there, but look at that 158 and 101 checkout. That's what stands out for me. 4 from 6 from Shewan was the big turning point. Fabulous game. I really enjoyed that one. And next up, the top of the table, Gary Snow. For the final time, we'll see him in Group A against the legend. That is Martin Adams.
So just the final 3 fixtures left to play in Group A, and the winner of the group, Gary Stone, completes his victory parade with a meeting with one of the great champions of this sport. Martin Adams, 3-time world champion, 3-time world master, winner of over 120 titles in a long, illustrious career, and the Wolf still hungry at the age of 66. He faces Stone, who is looking to match a Group A record of 14 wins from 15 matches. Only meaningless matches left to play? You try telling them that. And here to give the match more meaning are our top quality commentary team of Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Chris. Hungry like the Wolf, commentated by Duran Durant. And with Gary Stone there, who's been... I'm just wondering, like, his psyche, his mindset right now for Gary, because it's job done for him. But then I thought, you play Martin Adams, you know, that's the kind of thing you dream of. It's what you want to be doing. Like I said many times in this comms box, the word legend is maybe used a little bit too much. But right in front of you there is one. Gary Stone will be thinking, just see out the job. I've got a couple of days off now. I can enjoy myself. I've been absolutely outstanding this week. And now I'm going to put on my best performance of the week. Ready for Saturday night.
And of course, over the next 3 matches, do keep in touch with us at MSS Darts. So you do
Looks like it's Martin to throw
best
first.
to get through some questions and things like that, as well as providing you with some top quality darts. It's Martin Adams that's going to get us underway here, as Gary Stone looks to do what only the likes of Josh Payne and Jim McEwen have been able to do, and that's win 14 games out of 15 in a group.
Yeah, it's some task to do that, but just more important because of the group that it's been this week. You know, barring maybe Robert Rickwood, who probably is, he's the one who's probably most disappointed. Can't really work out what's happened to Martin Adams. I just, like you've said a couple of times, Henry, maybe just the whole atmosphere hasn't really suited him this week. Whether he's not feeling 100%. But this guy's just been an absolute headliner. The showstopper.
97.
And there's a big win there for Gary Stone. And obviously the MODUS Super Series does offer all these opportunities now for players. Could this be the moment for him?
140.
And if you feel like you have got the game to be here at the MODUS Super Series, you can take part in ADC qualifiers, which is up and down the country.
60.
I know they're branching out into other areas. ADC Shewan will be bringing players over from the beginning of Series 4. And I know there's avenues across the world to qualify. But if you're a UK-based player and you fancy chancing your arm at the Super Series, there's a system called the ADC Vault, which if you head over to ADC's Twitter page at Dart Circuit, you can find out more information about. There's about £70,000 in prize money being accrued into that particular competition as well. So why don't you have a look at that? And that might be your route into the Super Series. It worked for Adam Warner.
100. Martin Car 81.
There's Adams here. Looks like there's 81. To hold throw and to get his game off to a perfect start. Double 12.
Game shot
And then it goes into the left-hand corner, and Martin Adams takes the opening leg off of Gary Stone.
Yeah, it's a nice 15 darter with your darts.
Second leg,
Always
Gary
very tough to beat. Just means that Gary has to ping in a 12 to beat him. And like I said, for Martin, it's his final game, and maybe it's just a little bit of energy's rushed to him, knowing that Group A is now over for him, and it's just one last effort. Because all you need is just one big game, really, to get like it did for Harry Ward on Monday, and it was his final game of the day on Monday. And look what happened to him after that, and maybe that's where Wolfie's taking inspiration from.
140.
It's a great players area today, this week. They're all getting on really well with them, good banter. I'm sick. I don't like going to the toilet because I just get ripped apart every time I walk through.
$60.
You enjoy it, really.
Yeah, I've been to the toilet 74 times now, so Well, if you ask Matt Edgar,
58.
he counted how many times I went to the toilet once at a Pro Tour.
I hope he wasn't standing behind.
Wait till he gets to 50.
$55.
Another immaculate week by Paul Hinks, the MC. Referee.
121.
And he shouted that 180 out 104 times this week. I thought Monday was sent. Was it 46 180s on Monday?
Ridiculous.
Was it 7 behind the record? It was just
100.
a lot of that was down to Bolton and Stone, to be fair. They had 23 between them. It was a stunning performance, and it laid the foundations for the guy in your picture right now. And he's
146.
just kicked on from there, but now he needs to go away, regroup. Come back firing on Saturday night. And who's to argue about him lifting that $5,000 and a place in Champions Week?
96. Gary O'Carr, 124.
Did you pick a winner at the beginning of the week? I mean, I stuck my neck out with Andy Bolton. I did apologise to him, but I did stick my neck
99.
out.
I went
Martin O'Carr,
Bolton as
50.
well, just based on a number of factors. But Gary Stone's going to take some beating as Adams here. It's double 16 to open up a 2-0 lead to attain the breaker throw.
Game
And
shown
again,
the
just
second leg.
sneaking into
Martin
that
Adams.
bottom corner.
This is my worry for Gary Stone right now. I just feel like all the energy's out of him now. He knows he's through. But now it's just the professionalism.
Third leg Mandy to throw
Now
first.
he could be
Game
playing
on.
Martin Adams on Saturday night. And Martin Adams will remember that he beat Gary Stone on Wednesday. That's why I would never, you know, every single game, get in there and get into them.
100.
I'll give you an outsider for this week.
Go on.
Scott Taylor. What an A game he's got. That's the dart from Gary Stone.
140.
I think he looked up to... I didn't know the name. I did look up to him, and then just think sometimes I can just give you a little bit of inspiration. I was interviewed once, and I said I'm going to cut my trophy in half and give it to a guy called
59.
Dennis Coleman, who travelled everywhere with me. He was just someone I could look at when I was up or when I was down, and he wasn't someone who said an awful lot, you know, going into it. He certainly made an awful lot of noise when I was playing.
91.
Best days of my darting life were Lakeside, and just spending time with him. We had our own routine, everything you shouldn't do. I used to go down to the local CIU club. I only ever went into the Lakeside on the sessions I played. Bit like Scott Waits and Stephen Bunton.
45.
I think I just used to like go and watch the telly and just enjoy games of pool and just things like that. And I just think Gary Stone bringing someone with him this week has been absolutely the right idea.
180.
There's that fantastic 180 from Paul Hinks. Are we going to hear it again?
$80.
I mean, you feel like Gary Stone's not playing
Gary
great in this
O'Carr,
game.
90.
He's averaging over 92. That's a sign of a great player.
$50.
Lovely setup, which is plan B. If you don't finish it, leave a one darter. Just keep it. Keep the game simple. Martin will look at treble 19.
127. Gary O'Carr, 40.
Oh, Gary's just been going above the tops for this first dart. And he hasn't
35.
been doing that all week.
Martin O'Carr, 90.
Just pushing that dart through. He's sort of giving himself a marker. And he's been pinging tough to this second dart relentlessly. What a dart that is on 90. What
Game
a
shown
finish
the
that
third
is. And
leg.
Martin has been
Martin Adams.
absolutely nowhere near tops all week. I might be wrong, but that might be in single figures how many times he's hit tops. He's gone low each time. And on a 90 finish, a
Paul
plum
Gary to throw first.
plum
Game on.
tops. It's 3-0 to the Wolf.
Well, who saw this in the script?
55.
Wolfie saving his best till last.
Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? Well, it's Gary Stone at the moment. I just want to look what a little bit of confidence does for your game.
135.
And what I'm saying, Henry, is that he might go back to his hotel now, Martin.
58.
And the only thing from the past 3 days he takes into is this last game, knowing that the game is there. And a 4-0 victory over Gary Stone would be something special.
60. 100.
I'm trying to think if I've had a scenario where I've played in a round robin and I've known I'm through, or I'm in a group and I'm just trying to get into the mind of Gary Stone right now. But, you know, maybe we're different. But if I ever saw Martin Adams in front of me, that game would be the biggest game in my life, whether it's a matter of life or death. But right now, it's Martin Adams who's dominating.
140.
3 darts thrown quicker than Ricky Evans by Gary Stone there, but it's Martin Adams, 166, probably with 6 darts. Needs the treble.
Now he'd settle for a ton,
41.
but that's a slip. It lets Stone in. Can he take out the 148 as a Hail Mary shot? Not this time. So Adams is back for the 125.
60.
For the match.
125.
For a 4-0 win. 25. Oh no, you're too good, Martin.
109. Garioka 88.
You don't want 150. Well, Martin's just told you exactly where you need to go, Gary. He's shown you the path, shown you the way. And he finds himself on the scoreboard, and Martin Adams can do no less than just laugh. He set up 2 perfect puncher marks in the board, and Gary Stone has given him a sucker punch by pinning it.
This is why we love the game. But the reaction there from Martin Adams was absolutely phenomenal. I was sat chuckling away myself there, just watching Martin. I don't know why I have this obsession of watching the non-throwing player these
100.
days.
Welcome to the commentary box.
All these years, people have been doing things behind my back I never knew.
85.
The game I remember most with Gary Stone was the Granite Open in Aberdeen. And it was a semi-final in the days when I was loving my darts. I don't think I'd won a title in the BDO at this point. And I was in the semi-final, big, tough tournament it was. And
95.
4-0 up, I think I was with Gary Stone in the semi-final. And lost 5-4. Oh, I lost a game I should have won. It was just something about that game. I was absolutely devastated for weeks.
180.
It was darts like that. I wouldn't say he's underachieved, Henry. But what I'm saying is he's got a game where he should be playing at the higher level. I'm sure when he's watching Alan Souter and
24.
Ross Montgomery right now, part of him's thinking, have I been left behind a little bit? But it's platforms like the MODUS Super Series which gives you them opportunities. Prize money he can put to one side to get himself to Q School next year. He has to have a plan. Where do he want his darts career to go? He might be very happy in the amateur game. Hopefully they're the kind of questions you can ask him on Saturday night, Henry.
83. Garioka 96.
The question we're going to ask Stone now is, can he take the 96, which is now a 76, which now can't be done? Oh, brilliant. Chris Murphy was throughout the whole course of the week. He'll be the
43.
one presenting the check on Saturday night.
Yes, I'm already looking forward to Saturday night. In the comms box with Little H. And will we see Big H take the prize?
53.
Well, if Harry Ward wins, Little H has got to give Little H the check. Tops.
Game
3-2, break a throw. And Stone's on the comeback charge.
And Adams is thinking, here we go again. Them 2 darts at the bull on that finish for a 4-0 victory.
Gary to throw first. Game on.
And just seconds later, you feel it's now 3-2, and you know now it's on throw.
96.
This game has last leg decider written all over it. We just see it so many times here at the Super Series where someone takes a march, then something happens and a player wins a leg, and then things begin to equal
97.
out. And because of that, one finds a comeback charge, and then we go back to the equilibrium that is 3 apiece.
131.
Seen a similar game earlier where Adams went 3-0 up on Lee Shewan. Lee Shewan pulled it back to 3 each, and then Wolfie had a fantastic last leg. I wonder if he's just thinking about that right now.
140.
Who knows what goes through a dart player's brain?
I think you want to know.
134.
It always amazed me when people were interviewed after the win and they went, yes, in leg 7 I did this, and leg 9 that was a turning point. My interviews were like, what happened in 7, what happened in... I just went into a zone.
125. Gary McCall, 140.
I think even the production team thought that was a 180.
I think that was next door in the players' room. Oh, hello. Oh!
120. Martin McCall, 139.
And 19th is usually the start, but Martin is so traditional. What a way to finish this match. It's tops.
99.
And he's barely hit tops
20.
until this match. Pings the wire there. And Gary Stone once again, chance after chance. Big dart.
He's
Game
getting
show
closer
number
and
6
closer
Gary Stone.
and closer, and he manages to find a way of sneaking it in. Well, this had the feel of a 7-leg encounter. That's exactly what we've got. And so it is Wolfie who opened up a 3-0 lead, had the opportunity to get it done for Zip. Before those bull. On the 1-2-5, scuppered his chances of finishing off. And now Stone on the comeback charge brings it back level to 3 apiece. But here comes Wolfie!
Yes, this is just a mirror image of the Adam Shewan game. And Adam saved his best. Gary Stone is not going down without a fight. And 2 treble 19s will make Wolfie think.
Hello, Martin. Hello, Martin. Oh, couldn't quite follow up with dart number 6.
I think Gary Stone actually wanted him to get that 9 darter there.
100.
A lovely relaxed throw for Gary Stone at the moment. Be interesting to see how he feels being this relaxed, because we talked yesterday when he was growling and he was grunting and he was absolutely unbelievable. So it's about finding the right balance, what works for you.
70.
Because whatever strategy he uses on Saturday night, he's there. He's in the mix. He has been absolutely brilliant this week as Gary Stone.
140.
With darts
Martin
like
Carr,
that.
111.
But Martin Adams, 111 for the match.
Well, it can still be done. Treble 20 and then bull. But it's not going to happen this time. And so Gary Stone wants 127 for the game.
22. Gary Carr, 127.
And the game.
127 will not be done for the game.
46.
And we saw Adams
Martin Yokar, 89.
at 3-0 up go with a pair of bulls, which really cost him. Is he going to win the match on the bull? Oh, that's a couple of 1s and a stray 3. It's all going badly wrong. An absolute nightmare ending to this game.
41.
For Martin
Gary
Adams.
Yokar, 81.
Gary Stone, over to you for 81.
And he's not going to get the luxury of a dart at the bull. And so Martin Adams, who was 3-0 up, was pegged back to 3-all. Now, will have 2 darts in his hand and a favoured double for the match.
41. Martin McCarr, 48.
And Adams steps up to 48. A finish he's done thousands and thousands of times in his life. As it's at his beloved double 16.
Game,
Strange
shot
old
in the
match.
Martin
It's
Adams.
Martin Adams that comes through, going the full distance of 4-3. He raced to a 3-0 lead. He potentially had the chance to win 4-0, but came back was Gary Stone, and at 3-3 had chances, but last leg was all about missed big numbers. It was a real bizarre finish, but the tail of the tape is very good. Tough contest, both averaging over 90. Very acceptable finish and checkouts there from Martin Adams, and that 90 bull double top finish being the highlight for me. A great way to end for Martin Adams, but what a week it's been for Gary Stone. We'll see him on Saturday night. Next up, the penultimate game of the day. It's Andy Bolton against Robert Rickwood.
Welcome back. Just 2 games left to play in Group A. What a game we've just seen. Let's have a look at the stats from that one, because Martin Adams got the better of Gary Stone, an average of 93.17. Both players averaging north of 90. And there is a good win there for Martin Adams against Gary Stone, who's just missed out on matching that record. He has topped the group, and he has indeed won the group. We'll have a look at that table now. 26 points, 10 clear of the next best, but that could change, of course. Harry Ward and Andy Bolton still have games to play. Adams, though, finishing on 12 points, and will finish in 4th place. Lee Shewan and Robert Rickwood at the foot of the table there. And the next match is that meeting between Andy Bolton, the X Factor, and Robert Rickwood. The pair can only meet again this week if they make it through to finals night. Bolton will be back in Group B tomorrow evening, while Rickwood will return bright and early for Group C tomorrow. Before that, though, their final fight of this group, both have recorded 4-1 wins in their previous duel. So this is a kind of mini decider. The referee is Paul Hinks, and the commentary team is Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, presenter Chris Murphy. So 2 more games to go in Group A. We begin with Bolton against Rickwood. Bolton against the man from Burnley. And there, Andy, very much a proud Scotsman, is the X Factor from Ardrossan, north of the border. As a Robert Rickwood, man from Burnley, nicknamed The Rock, former winner of a Challenge Tour event in the past. But Robert Rickwood, is it a case of just leaving everything out on the hockey and just maybe enjoy it, just take this experience as it comes kind of thing?
Well, I'm beginning to think that Adams can walk away now feeling that last game there. If I can beat Gary Stone, I can beat
First
anybody.
leg,
So
Andy to
maybe
throw first.
he goes away with some, today's been a decent day
Game
for him,
on.
nowhere near the best. So right now, the only person I think who's going to go back to the hotel with a disappointing group is Robert Rickwood. Unless he blitz Andy Bolton here.
60.
And may I add, does his tips 2 out of 2. And if Andy Bolton gets the more 180s in this match, does it his top tipster.
That's his top of the tree.
60.
Matt Edgar will be the first person I'll be writing to, if that is the case. Every time we see Bolton's first dart go in, you may see he does. I get a bit excited.
59.
But joking aside, please gamble responsibly. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Yeah, so Robert just hasn't been his week. But
100.
you, more than anybody, know that that can turn with a flick of a switch. And just the thought of a new group and everybody being on 0 points could be the motivation that Robert Rickwood
97.
needs.
Effectively, what's happened in the last 3 days for Robert Rickwood is irrelevant. He's beginning a new group on 0 points tomorrow. That's the only thing that he should worry about. He's in the same position as the 3 players that come into Group C
60.
fresh. They're all on 0 points. They're all vying for the same prize. It doesn't really matter now what's happened in the past. The key
100.
objective is to make sure that you harbour enough confidence in your game going into tomorrow morning's session to put you in the best possible stead.
140.
And it possibly just needs someone in his corner to tell him that. I mean, he's joyous. He's probably enjoying the experience, and we're talking rubbish.
He's loving it. He's absolutely loving it.
Yeah, he's probably,
60.
we're probably talking
Robert
rubbish.
Car
And
141.
he's experienced enough to know that. He knows tomorrow's a new day. I thought we were going to get it. Oh, hello there.
Oh, hello.
109. And your car 125.
That's someone like Kenneth Williams. Treble 20 for tops. What a finish this will be.
Game
We've
shot
seen
on the
that
first
earlier from
leg.
Martin
Andy
Adams,
Bolton.
replicated there by the brilliant Andy Bolton. He just felt after that treble 20 went in that the tops was begging for it there. Beautiful finish.
Second leg Robert to throw first. Game on.
Robert Rickwood says, yes, you would do that with me sat on a finish.
Oh, hello.
180.
I need Andy Bolton to get 2 180s now.
$100.
Now then, Robert, can you give us a party piece? They are threatening it this week.
Yes, after the first 180.
45.
One thing I've sat quiet on darts 4 to 6 with both you and Murph, so I think next time we're going to have a go because I'm just getting a bit excited because obviously my inexperience as a commentator.
99.
I've yet to see that 9 darter. God knows what I will say or do.
So a wise man once told me from, in football terms, from first whistle to last,
60.
the game is an unscripted experience, as shall the commentary may lay. Great Peter Drury with that line. His own pantheon, its own theatre.
37.
Just don't scream like I did.
I won't.
100.
Great darts and Rickwood, and you'll see Bolton go downstairs on 265. You know, as much. Oh.
98. Robert your car 116.
Just the one treble needed on the 116. But not that well, you can still do it. Treble 19. He's just spraying them about again.
39. And your car 167.
And when you're that far ahead in that leg and knowing that it's a big outside chance of the 167, it really must do better. And that setup play.
97. Robert
Lovely
your
that
car
start.
77.
A possible 1 dart at tops, but we'll be looking at treble 19 for a big 18. And how many times have we said it this week?
57.
One dart at top.
Andy
Just
O'Carr,
dips
70.
low, which is synonymous to Robert Rickwood this week, I'm afraid. And this will hurt. One dart, a double 16 this time.
38. Robert O'Carr, 20.
Don't think Andy Bolton was impressed with that.
Andy O'Carr, 32.
If you want to do a highlight reel of Robert Rickwood's week, just them 3 darts sum it up. Putting
Game
himself
shot
in
of
a
the
winning
second leg.
positions,
Andy Bolton.
not putting it together. Just a shake of a head for Andy Bolton right now because he knows. And Robert's just doing his practice darts there, because you know when you do your practice darts, you throw them perfect. So that's telling me he's not 100% happy with his release. I've seen him a couple of times after the last game. He was throwing this,
43.
and he feels as if his follow through was going to the right.
$43.
I need a max from Bolton. Just to shut Edgar up for once.
100.
In fact, I had a couple of people bullying me on about my tips yesterday. At one point, I said, surely Gary Stone can't leave it from there, lose it from here. And someone had a
54.
bet on, albeit 50p, on Andy Bolton getting through the group. Because if I tipped Gary Stone, we could barely lose.
60.
Can you tell me which horse you want to win the Grand National? I'll make sure I don't bet on it.
Cardigan. It's a great jumper.
43.
People say I'm boring.
99.
Advantage to Bolton here. Robert Rick was playing like Michael Bolton at the moment.
60.
How can we be darters if we can't be friends?
Don't know. Why did I even give you that line? You should really look downstairs now.
59. $41. Andy O'Carr, 140.
There's the frustration of a dart player right in front of your very eyes. For double 10.
Game
What
shot
a
on the third
finish.
leg. Andy Bolton.
Absolutely sublime finishing once again. It's a 1-2-5 from Andy Bolton and a 140. In a game where that's been the 2 highlights. For Robert Rickwood, it's just a tough time right now. And at that stage, all you want to do is get off the stage now. He knows that, but he's professional.
78.
Integrity of the highest quality. And a 4-3 comeback win would be fantastic. But the likelihood right now is the fact that Andy Bolton is running away with this game.
140. $100.
Where's me 180s, Mr. Bolton?
180.
All I need to get is another 180. Oh no, he wants 181.
85.
Tough moments for Robert Rickwood, fair to say.
Yeah, but he'll be back tomorrow. He's one of those that is a big believer of the darts and the day
95.
mantra. And as we mentioned, if you don't win Group A, it kind of can become not an irrelevance, but you can clear it from the back of your mind because everybody else is on the same clean slate as you,
100.
regardless of the situation. As Bolton here goes for 86 in search of a 4-0 win. It's going to be the solitary dart. At the ball!
53. Robert O'Carr, 138.
Few variations are going now. He's gone down the treble 19 route. And that was sat perfectly for him. That's Hence the disappointment there. Because that treble 19 would have left double 12.
78.
And all you can do is
Andrew
set it
Carr,
up.
33.
But Andy Bolton for the match. In a match who's dominated. 2 darts at double 16.
Game, shot, and the match.
She blows
Andy
as quickly
Bolton.
as it started. The match is over for Robert Rickwood. That was a tough group here. Big smiles on his face because that is the type of guy and personality he is. For Andy Bolton on his debut, he'd be fairly happy, I'm guessing. At times his A game was absolutely sublime. A little bit of concerns about his shoulders and getting through the week, but I still fancy him for Saturday night. I still think he is the class act of the week. And on debut is learning so much. The tail of the tape there is Andy Bolton was a 4-0 victor, just over 85%. A big check out of 125 and 140. Leaving up that final game of the day, the player of the day, Harry Ward, up against Lee Shewan in the last match of Group A.
Welcome back, joined by Gary Stone here at the MODUS Super Series. He's been through, actually, for quite a while, Gary. Just tell us what it's like playing matches when you know that you're already sealed the win.
I think I was looking to try and keep the momentum, to be fair, but I think once I won like 2 or 3 games after I beat Andy, I kind of knew I was 1 foot in the Saturday, and I think in that kind of group, that's all you're looking for. Just get yourself involved in the Saturday, and then, as I say, it's a different tournament altogether, so you just try and see it out on the Saturday, so see how it goes. The
run that you've been on as well, particularly Monday and Tuesday, you must have come in today knowing that you were as good as through.
It's a tough one, because I know how good Andy is, and I know Andy's more than capable of going 5 out of 5, and if that was the case, then I had to at least win at least 2 games with the leg difference. But I think sometimes you can look too much into it, do you know what I mean? You just got to keep doing what you're doing and just take every game as it comes and try and win. Do you know what I mean? And keep the momentum going. So that's what I tried to do today. And if obviously we're in Saturday, so that's the main thing.
How will you try and keep that momentum going now with having 2 days off? Will you be on the practice board playing any tournaments, anything like that?
Well, there's obviously a tournament tonight in the Phoenix Club, so I'm sure a lot of the ESL included will probably be there tonight. So it's what I've done the last time, to be fair, and I enjoyed it.
You beat me there last time.
Yeah, just
4-0 just. Yeah.
But no, that's what it's all about. Just try and keep the arm in. Jack's got his darts with him, to my laddie, so we'll spend a couple of days in the practice board and we'll enjoy it, and we'll as I say, just keep the momentum going, and hopefully bring it into Saturday again, and we'll try and see it over the line, because I said obviously to Duzza at the start of the week, I felt as if I've kind of hit the crossbar a few times where I've won Group A. I've played really well over a couple of days and then just kind of fell shy on the Saturday. So hopefully this is the week I can see it over the line.
We'll let you go in a second. Just one more thing to show you. We'll take a look at the table. You've been top of it basically ever since the dart was thrown. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? 8 points clear of Andy Bolton. But Harry Ward, the man who ended your winning run, could end up actually finishing in second place.
To be fair to Harry, I mean, he's probably didn't start great, but I mean, he's just every day he's get better and better. And I said that last time I was here. That's what it's all about. It's nothing's won on a Monday. It's about progressively getting better and better. So he's definitely going to be one to watch come the end of the week, 100%.
Yeah, brilliant run from Gary Stone. He's through to finals night. We'll see you then. Congratulations. Harry Ward, though, looking to complete a clean sweep today in this last match of the day. He takes on Lee Shewan. So it's back to Henry and Glenn to talk you through it.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. Really interesting to grab the insight of Gary Stone. And I like the phrase that he used there. He said the last couple of times he's felt he's hit the crossbar, but now he's hoping to be the chance that he gets through on that Saturday night and into the winners enclosure. How would you, Glenn, on the reflection of what we've seen from him over the course of this group, rate his chances when it does come to the red carpet night on Saturday evening?
Well, first of all, what a fantastic interview. I thought he spoke very, very well, very honest. And, you know, we did have a chat at the beginning of the week, like I did with all the players this week. And I sent them all questions and thoughts. And, you know, Gary sent me a lovely response.
First leg is Harry to throw first.
And he just feels like,
Game on.
you know, this week he's got close so many times. Now, before I sort of answer the question, Gary Stone's been a phenomenal player for a long, long time. You know, 6, 7 years. And I'll even go as far as I think he's underachieved because his talent is for someone who should be playing at a lot higher level. But maybe the MODUS Super Series is that platform, is that pathway for him to start delivering what he wants to do. My first tournament win, Henry, was 42-year-old.
So let me ask you this. Do you think Gary Stone's in a similar position where Conan Whitehead was before he won Series 1? A really good player, but perhaps he was still waiting for that major breakthrough success which he harboured by winning this competition.
Conan Whitehead was in a lot deeper situation in a sense that he was nearly going to throw his darts away at one point.
93.
Gary Stone has been playing well. I just think he needs direction. I just think what's his plans? And if he does, you know, win this week, then use that $5 grand wisely.
134.
But it's Harry Ward who's continuing to impress. 134, 140, 93 to set up this 134.
94.
And he sets that up perfectly with your dart. If you're looking at a 13 darter, all you're doing is making Lee Shewan beat you in 12, and Lee Shewan's way back in this leg.
40.
Just put it away. No messing about in the doubles. Not a bad marker. Getting closer.
20.
And that's the frustration when you score well. And you just want to just ping that double top in.
108.
And Lee Shewan will be thinking, where were they 2 minutes ago? So now put this one to bed. Now you start to panic on double five, because if you split that,
the first leg. Harry Ward.
You suddenly start doubting. But a very decisive, impressive opening from Harry Ward. And all the superlatives we've used about Harry Ward have all been in the sort of the past day or two.
Through first. Game on.
Been enjoying reading the MDA social media site about Harry's progress this week, and I think it'll be
60.
It'll be a great read today because he's potentially on 5 out of 5.
We've repeated these superlatives about Harry Ward so much that I feel like I'm in Gobbler's Knob right now. It's Groundhog Day.
60.
Come on, Glenn, you can do this. Harry's back in the treble 20 bed. Gobbler's Knob.
It was a question on the chase the other day.
Here comes Shewan.
140.
I sort of answered that Gary Stone question quite extensively, so Over to you, Henry. Your thoughts on these two guys? How will they assess Group A so far?
140.
Harry Ward will look at this, and I've mentioned this from the very get-go, that this is a learning experience for him, just to get back on the horse. And now he's got to this point, and it looks as if he's creating the layers of the game, which looks as if he's close to be back into his best. Then I think in Group B, he could run riot. I really do. And when I say run riot, I'm talking win the group, possibly 8 out of 8 stuff. I know that's a big statement to make, but
98. Out of your car, 55.
Low. That's what he's saying. Get up. He does dip low, a bit like what Wolfie was doing, who did correct it in the last game. And this will hurt Lee Shewan.
15. Lee, your car, 20.
So it's a dart at doubles there. And I was just wondering, has he peaked too early in a sense of Group B would be my only concern. Has he played his best darts?
Game shot on the second leg.
Lee Shewan levels up. That would be the only thing I would say to Harry Ward. Surely he goes in with the momentum. And we talked about timing and peaking. And someone like Lee Shewan, I still think he's in 4th gear.
To throw first. Game on.
Ready just to go up a notch into 5th. And you always go for the afterburners 6th gear come Saturday night.
87.
I think Lee Shewan will be happy with
100.
what he's produced over the course of the week. Consistently, he has been there or thereabouts. It's just maybe a bit moments here and there that may have just transpired against him, which is probably where we see him,
57.
where he is in the context of the league table.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I think that's a fair assessment. And Lee's very honest. I think he'd probably agree with that. But I just like the way he spoke to me yesterday. I think he realises that it's still there to be won. He hasn't seen anything to frighten him this week, despite at times Gary Stone really putting the afterburners on, and
57.
Andy Bolton at times looking like the Pro Tour player he was, and a Challenge Tour winner he is.
81.
So a reminder of the groups then.
96.
Gary Stone, the winner of Group A. Group B sees Alan Tabbin, Andy Bolton, Harry Ward, Ryan Palmer, Scott Walters in action. Group C will feature Kevin Dowling, Lee Shewan, Martin Adams, Mike Norton,
59.
Robert Rickwood and Scott Taylor. Now, I can tell you that Lee Shewan will be playing the first game of tomorrow morning. He's going to be taking on Kevin Dowling in the schedule.
59.
And I can also confirm the first game of Group B is going to be Scott Walters against Andy Bolton. Ouch.
I've never seen a 180 hitter like Scott Walters was. I'm looking forward to seeing him play. I had a lovely message from him.
87. How do you call 145?
Very grateful that all the players answered my questions. For treble 15 or treble 19, because that would have left double 14. That's a preferred option of many of the players 59. Now, because you're going for that treble 19 bed so much more than the treble 15. But Lee Shewan 2 darts, 39, 2 darts at double 16 is favoured double. There's his marker.
7. How do you call 58?
That is darts in one action there, just millimetres, one side of the wire. And what hurts even more is when you look down, if he pings his tops.
18.
Now, Harry Ward could be 3-0 up by now, but just missed darts at a double.
16.
I thought that was going to be tough, that last dart, Henry, because of his barrel being quite thick there and getting through them first few darts. And after 21 darts, I don't think Harry Ward expected to come back. Hence the reason he's just realised he's got away with one there.
Needing 2-1. Looking for
4th leg leader throw first. Game on.
5 out of 5. The perfect day in Group A. Mind, we are back tomorrow morning, as I say, with those Groups C and B in action. And if you are tuning into us courtesy of the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, you've got a bit of spare time this afternoon. Why don't you have a look at the back catalogue? You can watch all the sessions back
96.
again. We've also got games of the day, games of the week. You can watch that brilliant semi-final from Saturday night between Jack Main and Danny Laubie. We've also got that thrilling Week 2 final,
46.
Gates against Bates. That was something to really marvel over. We'll see Owen Bates at Champions
85.
Week at the beginning of May.
$41.
Just seem to be slipping away from Shewan after 9 darts. 3-5-4. That's not acceptable for someone like Lee Shewan, who's not been punished enough by Harry Ward.
45.
And 45, all in the treble 5 bed.
$97.
Last dart being the saviour there. You might see the bullseye come into this combination. But not now.
60.
Harry Ward, I'll be thinking, I'm having my chances here because my opponent's not doing an awful lot.
43.
Now is the time to hurt him, Harry. Now is the time for a double treble visit.
$60.
Just not happening.
I suppose this is what happens when the adrenaline has coursed out the body. They're probably playing on empty a little bit. It's been 3 long days, end of a group. There's a lot of mental toil as well as physical toil as well.
28.
Both players
155.
want to get back in the practice room and get back to their hotels or accommodation or whatever they're doing. Relax, go again tomorrow.
78 left, so we're looking at the 18's bed. And like I said,
80.
you've got to hit the 18 minimum there, Henry. You've got to leave a 2 dart. The treble's great to leave a 1 darter. I just think I get angry sometimes when people just don't get the fundamentals right.
140.
Now the pressure's on. This should have been a 2 dart combination, but now he's only going to get the 1 dart at tops. After a big 18 here, now it's only the 1 dart rather than the 2.
55. Leo Carr 46.
So is he going to go his favoured route, the double 16, but he's gone the safe route to the 6 or the 10 to leave 2 darts at tops?
Game
No
shot
way
on the
that
fourth
could have
leg.
missed.
Lee
The way
Shewan.
that first dart entered the bed. Now with Lee Shewan's darts, the doubles that are quite high up on the board, they're perfectly fine. They're sat up waited to crash in on another.
This
It's
leg
those
added to
8s and
first, game
16s.
on.
If they go in awkwardly on the side, that's where the troubles can be had.
Yeah, and he sort of flicks the dart. He
97.
doesn't usually power the dart in. And look at that little thing. It's like Bristow-esque. So he's a bit of a flick. So sometimes if he gets the timing wrong, that's when you'll see them going in a different angle. But when he gets the timing right, that's what Lee Shewan's made of. Honestly, I've got a case for every single one of these players, barring Robert Rickwood right now, who could still
100.
be lifting that title on Saturday night. Robert would have to demonstrate to me tomorrow that tomorrow's a new day, but I've seen enough from Shewan at times, enough from
30.
Harry Ward at times. That comes Saturday night when they're back on full energy, full crowd in here. There could be danger.
Could well be one of those weeks where we're
38.
left with more questions and answers at the end of Group A. Now, we had that question, didn't we, as to the advantage of Group A. If you look at the 3 weeks we've had so far, 2 of the 3
60.
winners, John Worsley and Jelle Klassen, won Group A. Leonard Gates had darts to beat Owen Bates in week 2, and he was the man who was the Group A winner. I should know all about him winning Group A because
87.
he led me into a dance on the balcony. Not my proudest hour.
135.
Already 2 180s from Shewan, and I thought that was guaranteed a 3rd. Great setup play from Harry Ward.
139.
What
Leo
a
Carr
setup.
96.
This match is all about the next 30 seconds.
Game
And
shot on the
that is
fifth
what it's
leg.
all
Lee
about.
Shewan.
What a finish that is from Lee Shewan. Superb stuff. Harry Ward sat on tops there. Which Lee Shewan takes a big advantage.
6-leg leader through first. Game on.
Shewan with the darts for the match. To finish off Group A with a win. And whilst we got time, I'm going to give you the answer to the
60.
Tungsten teaser. What was the combined average yesterday if you added it all up together? I wanted 2,600 as the answer. The correct answer, 2,656. In terms of
140.
all the averages from yesterday's session put together.
140.
I will accept 2-7, but I did say to the 100. Much to the disdain of the producer in my ear.
97.
Anyway, here comes Shewan on 301. 1-2-1 there.
123.
Sorry, 1-2-3 there, leads on 178.
$48.
So 6 in his hand, leads Shewan for the match from 178.
137. $125. Thank you. Leave the car 41.
For the match, double 16.
Game, shot, and the match. Lee Shewan.
And the cobbler gets the final points of Group A. He gets the better of Harry Ward by 4 legs to 2. A very good Wednesday for Harry Ward. Ends in defeat, but all in all, a very, very solid campaign for him. As for Lee Shewan, he's a 4-2 victor with an average of 81.87. 2 maximums to his name. 4 out of 12 on the checkout and a high checkout of 96. So Shewan in the winner's enclosure, but it's Gary Stone who is the Group A winner. He is the first player to advance into Saturday night's final. We'll see Andy Bolton and Harry Ward in Group B. But to round off everything that we have seen today, Glenn Durrant has made his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Chris Murphy.
He certainly has. Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, we'll start. I thought we were going to be talking about a clean sweep, Harry Ward, but Lee Shewan there showing that he's still got the game to beat anyone.
I think there'll be 5 out of 6 players who are going to go away quite happy. 1 player very happy, and there's 4 players there who have demonstrated to me that they're not out of it for this week.
Well, let's have a look at the final table. Gary Stone, he laid down solid foundations, didn't he, earlier on in the week, and as he said up here, he kind of had the job done before he even came into today.
Yeah, I thought it was a really nice interview, actually. I thought he spoke very, very well. He was fluent, he was brilliant, he was high scoring, big finishing on Monday, and that laid the foundation for him, and he deserved winner of a tough group.
Well, he had time to practice the interview, hadn't he, because he knew he was going to be doing it. Andy Bolton, though, the best of the rest. Gary said that match he played against Andy Bolton today, he knew that was a one because he knows how dangerous he is, which is something you've been pointing out this week.
Yeah, I still think Andy Bolton is the class act of the week. I'm not going to change my mind on that. But I'm just watching his sort of mannerisms with his shoulder, and it's a different beast, the MODUS Super Series. It's a tough week, and you know, maybe the strongest survives. And right now, it's all about Gary Stone, who looks fit, healthy, and just wants more and more darts.
Yeah, well, we know that he is through. He's going to play more darts on Saturday here at finals. Now, you can be here as well. Don't forget, tickets available for free via dartshop.tv. But the other players now are going to battle it out in Groups B and C for the rest of the week to see who can join Gary here on Saturday. And this is how those groups look. So Harry Ward and Andy Bolton going into Group B tomorrow evening. Alan Taban, Ryan Palmer, Scott Walters. Tough group.
Oh, I didn't realise it was that tough. It's only maybe when you see it on paper, because I'm saying how nice Group B would be in because it's 3 from 5. I tell you what, part of me's thinking I'd rather be in Group C 2 from 5 because that Group B is absolutely littered with pure quality.
Well, we'll give you a little bit of time to think about who you might make it through from that one, but I'm going to put you on the spot for Group C. Just give me one name that you think will make it through from that list. Dowling, Shewan, Adams, Norton, Rickwood and Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor. I think he's my little outside bet this week, which probably means I've ruined everything for him, but yeah, Scott Taylor, I'm quite confident with the Group C. I'm struggling with the Group B, but I'll have a go. Yeah,
played quite well when he was here last time. Robert Rickwood, Martin Adams, probably trying to pick themselves up a little bit, although we did see some good stuff from Adams in this group today. But it was all about Gary Stone, really. Lost a couple of games in the end, but it's his dominant form at the start of the week meant that Stone rocked and Granite Gary held on to top spot and is through to finals night. Double sessions then from Thursday and Friday, 9:30 AM, same places. Do join us tomorrow for more action here at the MODUS Super Series.